Have fun, kiddo.
I will.
Hey, Star Wars players. Not sure if you got the start of this or the delay was being silly and delaying things. So, my name's Garrett Larson, deadbody for Slack and the forums and everything else that matters with Star Wars CCG. This is the Battle for Boba Fett box tournament. The PC's been putting these on once a month or so and giving everybody a chance to win some of the awesome PC created art and deck boxes. This one, based on the name, I'm going to go out on a limb and see if you guys got it, is for the Boba Fett boxes that are absolutely gorgeous. And the winner and second place, and then I think one random person, will get a Boba Fett box. Today, I decided that if I'm going to live stream and talk about my games while I'm playing them, I want to look slightly less stupid than normal. So I'm going to play decks I kind of know. These are the decks I played in the Constellation event at Worlds. So this is my Hitco that I actually played in the main event at Worlds and Constellation. It went 4-2 for me with some fun, good matches. I'm playing this game against jagteq, Justin Miyashiro. Justin's a friend and teammate. So this is a friendly fire match, as it would be. But it should also be an interesting match because it's Hitco versus Huntdown. So we both have big mains, and let's kind of go Iron Chef and see whose big mains reign supreme. My opening hand was Sans Luke. I used Our Only Hope to grab Yoda's Hut, and then activated and used Were You Looking For Me to grab 3PO and also to see how many Lukes were in my force pile. There were 2, so I drew up until I found one. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Justin threw down Forlom, threw down Vader, which is no surprise. Justin does not have the... I don't see the I Am Your Father. So he doesn't have a saber right now, which puts me in a position I'm happy to be in. So we're going to see if we can go do some fun stuff against Vader. Basically, let's see if he moves Vader. Oh, he is not moving Vader to a battleground, so he's going to wait until he gets the I Am Your Father, I think. Oh, no, he is moving Vader and saving 0 force. Well, I really like my hand. I don't think I'm willing to lose anything out of my hand right now, so I am just going to burn to Visage off the top. I know that's generally a terrible idea, and I sort of hate doing it, but I really, really like my hand. That was actually a good card to lose. I lost the Where's Han. I already pitched my Han Chewing Falcon to the first Visage damage as I drew it in opening hand, and Justin tossed his Emperor's Personal Shuttle to Visage damage because we both know how this game's going to go. So I'm going to activate, skip control, nothing I need to do here. Justin throws out Coward, which is cute because it's going to stop me from retrieving right now, but ultimately not all that important. So I'll pass on control, and we're going to throw Luke right there. And it's a really good Luke for this matchup. And let's go grab him a lightsaber because Luke wants a lightsaber. Oh, dang, those are some big destinies. I don't get my bionic hands. Those are floating along with my Sari, which I really would have liked, but I do kind of like this Luke a whole heck of a lot right now. I like the way this is set up, so we will just stick with Luke, pass and deploy. We're going to initiate a battle for free there since we're on my side of the objective. We are going to choppy chop Darth Vader and basically force him to have the force field. He does, which is fine. We're going to grab force field because I think that's a important card for me. I can either cancel his game text, which is fine but not super important, or I can just add a destiny to attrition. I think I'd rather add a destiny to attrition. I do want to kill Vader. Like, the goal here is to take his Vaders off the table as soon as possible. Yep, he's going to drop Secret Plans, which is fine because I think he now has said, yep, Luke's probably taking out Vader. I'm going to use Prophecy of the Force right away and grab back... Oh, derp. I forgot about Coward. Okay, well, I guess I'm not going to because I'm an idiot. So we'll pass on move, draw a 2 for Battle Destiny, which is really not what I wanted. It's going to make it harder for me to win the battle, too, because he's definitely got 5s and 6s in that deck. Oh! Does he have? He does not have that, so he's going to stack a card, which actually is great for me, because it'll give me a card on his Destiny. And the 4 for attrition is enough to kill Vader, so Vader's going to go. I'm going to stack a card on Conflict and get a card off his Destiny, which is great for me. We're actually going to grab Antilles Maneuver. The idea of some of these cards in this deck is to force choke him when he's trying to swing. Like, I don't want him to have a lot of force to work with. So between his Destiny, Luke Rebel Scout forcing him to pay, the Antilles Maneuver forcing him to pay, I'm just not giving him a lot to go off of. Is that... Why did Gemp just shut down on me? That's not on me, is it? Don't think so. Alright, I have no idea what happened there, so I'm not gonna recirculate and recycle. So I am also not gonna forfeit Luke, because that would be silly pants. He's gonna lose Vader, which is good for me. That's going to flip me, which is nice. It also shuts off his Coward, which I should have done the right way in the first time, but that's fine. Pass on battle. Pass on move. I will actually pay 1 to retrieve. We're actually going to retrieve that Anakin or force him to burn a card from hand. And that's fine. I'll pay 1 for it. Yep, he does not burn a card from hand, which is good because I do want that Anakin back. And I'm going to save 1 just in case. Not sure what he's doing right now. And I don't feel like going too crazy. He loses a 9th sister off the top, and I lose a blaster deflection. That's a little unfortunate. His activation's down to 10, which is good. Like I said, this Hitco, part of it is just choke the heck out of him. I'm wondering if he might be missing might have not seen a Vader opening hand, because he used Mustafar's Castle to go get him. Now, I'll do that a lot of times in Hunt Down, even if I have a Vader in hand, just so if I know there's one in there, then I can keep the one in hand and use that as my attack squad. I'll be honest, it kind of looks like he might not have the guys. Yeah, he's not deploying anything, just saving and drawing some. I think he's got to find a Vader. So I'm going to get a drain through here and fill up my hand a little bit. Just kind of deciding what I want to do here. I could definitely throw Jyn down at the Holotheater and cancel Visage, and could actually throw her down with 3PO and start pinging damage with that in a silly way, but I'm not sure that's super necessary. Looks like Justin went to 15 and is, I'm sure, losing 1 from hand. As I lose a Bith Shuffle Desperate Reach. Yep, he loses Sonic from hand, which isn't a surprise. So we're going to, like my father before me, one of these 6s back. Because I've got 2, and I'm going to want to draw some cards, but I'm also going to have to pay to drain, which stinks a little bit, but, you know, Justin did play cards that do things. I'm also going to do my peek. I get to peek at 1 card. Oh boy, well, I do like having Luke's in hand. Thank you very much. So we'll obviously take him. Justin's grabbing an effect. I'm assuming that will be his I am your father to, yep, so he can start going after me with a saber, which is valuable. You know, he definitely wants and needs that card rolling, but he's already down one Vader. Like, I'm sure he's got a Sith Fury to get him back eventually, but like, the more Vaders I can keep him down, the happier I am. So putting down Jin and 3PO will cost basically my entire hand. It'll shut down Visage, which is good. They're not really going to threaten any drains or anything there right now. Currently, Visage is hitting, and frankly, for this entire game, Visage is going to hit him harder than it hits me. Because if I can stay on my 7 side at all, I'm ahead of that game. And I'll stay on my 7 side longer than he will. So I'm just going to pass on all of that. I'm going to retrieve a card. Pass on move. Let's retrieve. Blaster Deflection feels like the best card, which also means it's plausible Justin decides to stack from hand, but I think that'd be a bad play. I wouldn't hate it, but it wouldn't be a great play. So, yep, he does not stack from hand, which is great. So he lets me draw a few more cards. Again, our only hope, which is huge. Clash, which actually could end up being really big. Clash and Sorry, since I can cancel Vader's text, that's actually going to end up potentially being really good for me. As he loses Avane, I lose my other Anakin. That's unfortunate. So let's get a 0 out of deck here. Let's grab the 2/2 because that actually is a solid spot to just drop Ahsoka and 3PO and threaten mean things. Pass on activate. Let's see what he does here. Pass on control. I'm assuming this is where we're going to see like a Vader, Emperor's Enforcer. Yep. So he's going to flip me back. So he starts battles for free, which is fine, but he's got to pay 1 to swing because of Luke, and he's got to pay another 1 to swing if I drop the Antilles maneuver. We're going to wait on that until he gets the saber. So now we'll play the Antilles maneuver in part just to cycle the 5, but again, kind of choke him a little bit. He's grabbing that, which is interesting. I don't love that as a play. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. So he's going to get to start a battle, which is fine. Basically, we'll see what this first swing does. If he hits me, we'll probably play it a little bit differently. So that's a 2 and a 5. So I think that's going to miss because Luke's defense value +1. So we're actually going to cancel Vader's game text because now I can clash or sorry him after I hit him, assuming I hit him. Okay, so he's playing Vader's Anger to add 2 to the total battle destiny, which I'm totally okay with because I don't think we're getting that far. So swinging at Vader, there's a 5. 5s are good. And a 6. That looks like a hit. And that means... Oh. So he uses Lana to prevent his forfeit from being reduced. Which is cute because I'm still going to, sorry about the mess, him. And I'm actually just going to lose that Skywalker's. And Justin concedes. I think we both saw the same thing there, that me getting ahead like that and not losing Luke, being able to now drain for another 3, retrieve 1, and just reinforce would have been interesting. It was I think that was a tough game for Justin. You know, he didn't get great luck on a couple of those swing, which would have helped a whole lot. It is what it is. Looks like we are the first game to end, so I reported the stats, and I'm gonna figure out getting chat set up just so at least I can say, hey, I'm on a 5-minute delay, and we'll go from there. Why does it always ask me to sign? I don't need to sign up for Twitch. I need to log into Twitch. This is what happens when you get Garrett, who's not looking at a specific challenge. I talk. All right, and apparently we're going to go with the forgot my password link from Twitch. I'll move that over there so you guys don't all get to watch me try and recover my password. So, yep. Yeah, I got a shiny card. So let's Tom versus Mark, Dylan versus PMJ, AJ with some. We'll throw up AJ with the Droid General deck versus the IE deck. So. And now I'm going to have to reset all my stuff with Twitch real quick. And it's asking me for a code. We'll get there, I promise. All right, let's see if I can figure out why we're getting no sound here. Probably because I don't have any. All right, so Chris said my sound is working, I guess. So we'll see how it see what we have here. Yeah, so this is AJ with Hunt for the Droid General versus Dog 194, who, I'll be honest, I'm not sure who he is. Playing some IE, the new IE with troopers and speeder bikes and all those things that are good for reactings. He's got a little biker scout gear going on. All right. Haven't seen that one in play for a while. That's interesting. So AJ, looks like we're seeing a bunch of battling going on at the Jawa camp. Still fairly early in the game, although Dog's only got one card in hand. That's not a great situation to be in, I don't think. General Kenobi with, looks like Qui-Gon's Destiny 5 saber, yep. And he just threw a clone trooper off the cloning, which is, again, probably not really what Dog wants there. And there's another clone. That would be Commander Cody. So, and Rex or another clone. Well, that looks like another clone. Yep, that's 5s. So he's canceling a Battle Destiny there. Looks like he's going to shoot a couple people. I mean, Clones feels like it's got a very playable matchup against IE. Like, you just go to Tatooine and kill all their dudes. Like, that's all you're trying to do. It looks like you already took out Barrich. I see Barrich at the top of the lost pile. Well, it's Qui-Gon Saber swinging at Dresselin, or Random Trooper number 7, as we like to call basically all of them. I mean, this entire deck's Random Troopers that all do fun things with each other, but are basically random dudes. But he's going to get a couple hits off, and AJ's going to wipe some guys off the site here, and he might not lose anyone. Like, he's going to be up in power. Yep, he's going to hit that trooper because he's armor 3, and 4 is bigger than 3 according to my public school math. So we got one hit trooper. We're going to turn him sideways and make him forfeit 0. I expect we'll see a shot. I might actually go after Dewback Dude. Just because he's... Oh yeah, he can't be targeted by a lightsaber, which is why you don't swing at him. Or an axe, in case you wanted to play Vibro Axes. Maybe Lando with Vibro Axe, I guess. My camera isn't working, so you can't see me make the, I guess, face. It's is what it is here. So AJ's shooting the Uncivilized Blaster. Yep. At the Doge is shooting the Dewback. That is animal cruelty right there. I am not happy with AJ right now. AJ's another Minnesota local. Play him a lot in local events. Play him occasionally online. He's part of Team Killer Bees. So we do some play testing and theory crafting and such together, and I'm not a fan of the animal cruelty there, although if the Dewback doesn't allow him to jump off, yeah, that might be why, just because that'll kill him anyways. Battle Destiny is a 4, which is cute. Kenobi will add 1 to it, which is, I mean, it's still just going to kill Wallen. Like, you lose a trooper. And a 6, which is, oh, now you're going to kill a couple dudes. Like... 5 and 6, that's, yeah, that'll just be Oberk and Wallen, because Wallen's 2. Oh, no, it won't be. That'll be all of them. And Cody's canceling that Destiny. So AJ's going to flip, get his flippy-doo stuff on, which is going to do really good things for his Destiny. Dog's going to end up, yeah, I guess with one guy still alive because, oh, he doesn't have a rest order. Never mind, Dog's guys are dying. He might end up with one guy alive or a speeder bike alive, but that's going to be it. I don't know. This is the position IE does not want to be in. You know, you've got no cards in hand. He's only got one card in hand. You've got the Devastator up there with Ozzel and Alert My Star Destroyer, but you've got nothing to go at it with. You're going to have to move Dude away on your turn, but like AJ's going to have 7 or 8 cards in hand pretty easily. I mean, he's got 8 force there. I don't see any benefit to spreading right now for AJ. Like, I think you just keep that crew together and force Dog to move somebody, but I don't know, Dog. That's a no for me. He's going to be in trouble here. Yep, AJ's just going to draw some cards. Like, I hope Dog's got a guy so we can at least put them together and threaten a Battle Destiny somewhere. Like, that's his out right now. I don't know what else he's gonna be doing. This is not the position he wants to be in right now. AJ, however, is, I think, very happy with this. I know this was one of the matches we kind of talked about before Worlds, because AJ was considering playing this deck for Worlds, and one of the matchups we definitely talked about was, like, you need to be ready for the for IE, and you have to aggressively go after IE. Like, you can't put guys on Geonosis. I think Robbie and I watched a game that Dan, DTartag1, played, and it was not good because he just ignored Tatooine. And, like, if you ignore Tatooine, Tatooine's going to win. Like, you can't ignore IE and stay alive. So, looks like he just shuttles Oberk up. That's a very plain way of saying, I didn't have a character in hand, and I don't want to get killed. So, Dog's, I'm assuming, just going to draw a bunch and try and reassess. Grabbing the We're Doomed combo, I don't know. I like the idea if you're going to get Celebration up and running, but, like, how do I say this nicely? I don't think you're going to get Celebration up and running. So, like, if you can't run Celebration, there's not a huge thing to draw that for, but I guess you grab it to stop the 5 from cycling, if nothing else. Like, there's always... With IE, I don't think I can fault him for grabbing this. I just don't think it was the best grab he could have made. AJ's activating a bunch. I'm assuming he's going to drain for, 3, which is going to make things difficult for IE. Like, there's a Star Destroyer from hand. That's actually probably a solid loss. You're not going to... I would not expect clones to be able to come after you in any... with any sort of damage there. Like, you're safe in space, I think. Losing the Occupation from hand along with the tactical support, like... I don't understand losing the Occupation unless you got a second one. Like, if you're just going to lose Occupation, if you're punting on Occupation, then why are you grabbing We're Doomed combo? Like, there's literally any card is better to grab than that at that point. AJ went to search, found nothing, which I think was probably intentional. He's got 9 cards in hand. I think he's just trying to figure out what to do here. Like, IE still has the potential with trooper assaults and things like that to drop an ugly amount of things on you, so you can't go too light here, AJ. There we get the Anakin with a trooper off the cylinders, going and grabbing probably a Jedi lightsaber. Oh, blaster rifle on the trooper, okay. Try and add to that ping damage and force Dog to come after him. Dog's throwing down Death Star Sentry. I don't think that impacts clones in any meaningful manner. I mean, AJ's activating 14. At most, he's going to put a second clone there, so it costs him one more. Like, I don't see that as all that important. Tup goes down in case he's running undercover spies, I guess. I mean, it's a permanent weapon, which is good. Like, I don't think his spy text is going to come into play. Yeah, he's really just letting things sit for the minute. Looks like Tom pulled out his win. AJ's, it looks like he's in a real good position right now. Like, I don't know what Dog's got in his 9 cards, but I don't think he can go after either of these sites without losing guys. And that's not what he wants to have happen. Like, that's a bad... He's in a bad spot. So Dog's activating, you know, this would be a great time. Set 22 is coming out soon. Keep an eye on the forums. We'll probably start seeing some previews and stuff for those sooner rather than later, because I think the intent is it's probably going to be legal at Endor. I don't know if it's going to be legal at Euros. That'll be the design team, D&D, Design Developed, doing an awesome job making new cards, coming up with new stuff, and being reasonable about making sure the cards are right before they're releasing them. Dog's playing Arrest Order. I don't see any consequence to those plays right now, unless he's got something else he's planning to do. Like, if he's got weapons in hand, maybe. Alright, so here comes Barrich. So he's going to do something here. Let's see what he does. All he does is shuttle Oberk down. I feel like AJ is going to get really excited. There's Misk. Misk is a guy I kind of hate in this deck because he's only ability 1. And, like, that stinks. Throws down Sergeant Tarl, so he's going to add B-Power +2 right here, but, like, this is... Tarl's game text is basically blank. There's no rebels there. Like, I wouldn't want to start this battle. Like, yeah, you get to use Barrich's text, but, like, you get 2 guys hit. And, like, your best case scenario endgame is you're able to keep 1 guy facing off against 2 clones and AJ's hand of 12. Like, alright, there's Prodigy. Okay, like, I don't see any value in him here. Like, I guess forfeit fodder, but again, like, I just can't see you being far enough ahead to make something good happen here. Like, I almost wish you would have... So, oh, he couldn't have flipped because he needed control 3. Because that would have been the thing, is like, could you just drop them, flip, you know, drop, spread, flip, and move everyone together? But that's not even an option, so Alright, I mean, the blasters are cute, but... So AJ's making his clones armor +2, so now he's got, what, armor 5 or 6, and Anakin's defense value 5. Like, you're not hitting, yeah, armor 5, armor 6, defense value, and Anakin's defense value 5. Like, I don't know if you're hitting anything, and, like, you're still... Your best case scenario here is losing 2 guys. Even with the trooper assault, like, your best case scenario is still losing 2 guys. And AJ probably ends up just losing Anakin. Like, unless something crazy happens, I just don't see... Yeah. That was a miss. So, like, I would have liked to see him actually drop Misk and go get that Elsk for that battle. You know, Barrich and Elsk together are actually really good. Like, alright, so Tup's shooting at Barrich. Yep, Barrich is the guy you have to kill here. He is the worst. I think he got him. It was close, but I think he got him. The Barrich is going to have his forfeit of 5, so like I said, like, Dog's going to lose 2 guys that got hit. And that's probably his best case scenario. I don't like shooting at Prodigy, AJ. Prodigy's the only guy that wasn't immune to attrition. You shoot at one of the troopers and force him to lose Prodigy to attrition because you might not cause any battle damage, actually. You're down 6. Barrich is going to do things with your destiny. Like, that was a mistake, AJ. Alright, so he's drawing a 4. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, you're probably losing Anakin. Like, that's... You know, because you're down 10 right now. AJ draws a 5 because Anakin adds the 1, so he's down 5 before the Barrich draw. So let's see what he gets out of Barrich here. Barrich is going to reduce attrition and total power by 4. Okay, so it's, yeah. AJ's down 9 with 1 attrition, and that's where, again, AJ should have shot one of the troopers instead of Prodigy. Although I do think he's just going to lose a card from hand and then Anakin. Because Dog's immune. Like, I don't understand the... Yeah. AJ, if you watch this, I'm yelling at you, and I hope you feel bad about shooting at Prodigy. I'm not sure it's going to end up making a huge amount of difference in the game in general. Okay. I guess losing the gun there isn't terrible if you think he's going to keep his guys in front of you. I might have... Alright. Okay. I really didn't like any of the way that went for AJ. I would have much preferred to see... just see Anakin go away. Dog shuttles down Oberk, like... Alright, I guess this way Anakin... He keeps Anakin, and maybe AJ's hand was better suited to run with that, because I don't like... I would have liked to see the trooper, 2 troopers and 2 guns still there staring down that set, because with trooper assault grabbed, he can't assault again, and you're just pounding the damage straight at him. Gets his drain in and the ping with a good blaster. Like AJ's, I mean, 21 cards down and 10 in hand to Dog's 15 and 3. Says AJ's in a much better position. Throws out Battle of Geonosis. Alright. Throwing the Jedi lightsaber on Anakin. So now the total battle is going to be -1. There's Mace. Probably would have preferred the Jedi lightsaber and Mace. There we go. Like, yeah, this is... And a blaster rifle from hand on Anakin, which is good. So now everybody's getting shot. Paying for the clone trooper. Paying the extra one with Sentry. This isn't going to end well. Sorry, Dog. I expect we'll see swing, shoot, and big battle destiny, and then like his guys will still have their forfeit, so he's not. You know, I don't think he's going to get overflowed here. I just think it's going to be a look at the situation and realize that AJ's crushingly ahead, and with 3 cards in hand, and you're going to be eating a bunch of drains next turn, I'm not sure you've got an out with that. Dog fired at Anakin. That's cute. I would have gone after one of the clone troopers just to guarantee a kill. Yep, here comes another swing at Tarl. So AJ used both his swings, used his one swing at Missick. I think that should have been an Anakin shot, simply because you know you're going to, I mean, you know you're going to hit everybody anyways, but, you know, use the Anakin shot first because Missick is the easiest to hit, as he's only ability 1, and maximize your lightsaber effectiveness. Here's the Anakin shot at Oberk. Yep, yeah, he was hitting everybody either way. Didn't really matter. And this is a bad spot for Dog. Like all these guys, I mean, he doesn't lose any to attrition. He's got forfeit 5, 10, 15 there. So, like, it's not gonna... This isn't gonna overflow him. It's just he's in a really bad... Oh! And the 6 for Battle Destiny, which the 5 is still... That might cost him both clones, I think. I think they're only forfeit... Oh, nope, they are forfeit 5, plus 1 from Mace. So, he does get... Alright, so he dumps the blaster pistol. I don't see the logic in that, AJ, because you're just going to lose a clone trooper anyways. Alright. So, yeah, there's no overflow. AJ loses, or, you know, Dog loses some guys. AJ could maybe move Anakin and a trooper to Lars Farm just because. Nope, he's going straight to draw. He's playing it conservative, which I don't hate. Like, stay on top of... Don't lose your game. Don't lose the game by making a mistake. And that's a solid game plan here. You're ahead. Just keep the pressure on. Keep the grind on. And don't open yourself up to something bad happening. I mean, I'm not sure what Dog could do to him with 3 cards in hand, but AJ's playing the conservative, you know, going with the sandwich heavy portfolio. Looks like Justin won, and Chris Gogolen won, and PMJ won, Pat Johnson. So results are starting to kind of feed in. This game's going to be over relatively shortly. And in fact, let's see what other games we got going on, because yeah, this one's over. Well, that's the only Battle for Boba Fett game left, apparently. So, let's watch a little bit more until the end, just because. Oh, there's Emperor's Enforcer plus Piet. Not sure what you're getting here, but alright. And there's a Vader Saber, like... I mean, I guess that would have been a little frightening if he had moved, Anakin and a trooper and one of the clones together at Lars farm. But, like, you're probably not getting overflowed anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. I guess just see where it goes. I don't think AJ's particularly frightened. I mean, AJ's got 10 cards in hand and 17 cards down compared to Dog's 16 cards down and nothing in hand. So like AJ's 11 force or 11 cards up right now, and frankly he's ahead in this battle. Like Dog's got no way to stop anything from going on, so I assume we'll see Mace swing at both of them. Dog's gonna hit somebody. Like, I mean, you're hoping AJ doesn't have blaster deflection, like, because I think you just swing at Mace and hope. Like, I don't think you have another option here, so swing and hope. Maybe something interesting happens. Yep, swinging at Mace. So does AJ have... Oh, AJ doesn't have anything to stop it, so... Got a 2, so he needs a 6 here. He's got some in the deck, but I don't think it's right here. Nope, there's a 4. Oh, it is a 6 because of Biker Scout gear. Ah, he's based on that. Okay. But he needed it to stay the 6, and AJ dropped the Wisa to subtract 1. Chopping first at Piet. Mostly because I think he knew he had 3/3 stacked right on top. Yep. Then I think he's got 4 next. And then he's going to draw a 6 for Battle Destiny, I think. Let's see if I can track AJ's deck. And just sort of remembering what went where. There's the first 4. Look at me. I am a genius. And 4. Look at that. It happened less than 38 seconds ago, so I remembered it and sound super intelligent. Battle Destiny here. AJ's pulling a 6. I'm 99% sure. And Dog, it really doesn't matter. Like, there's Dog's 6, which is cute, but okay, that's Anakin. Like, I don't even care. And honestly, the total Battle Destiny being 5, that could be a clone, too. I think you do Anakin just so you can take advantage of the clone bunching. Oh, I missed that. He got the... It was the clone he drew. He didn't have the 6. I guess I'm not a genius. And he's adding 1 to make it 5, and then using CT 5s to take it into hand. I assume AJ just loses the clone here. Yep. Dog's losing a couple guys. He still owes, he just owes for attrition. There's no battle damage, and because the Jedi lightsaber doesn't make anybody forfeit 0. I actually like losing Anakin there. This way you get the bonus to the drain with Mace and the Trooper. And I think this is about it. Like, I could see a concede coming here at some point, I think. With that being said, I'm going to bounce for a second and go grab a beverage before the next game. And leave this running so you guys can keep watching. Yep, looks like there was a concede there, so we should have some stuff going here pretty quick. I'm going to be playing dark side since I played light side last round, see how that works. And let's see who we're playing. Chris should be reporting it, and then we'll have pairings come up. You're seeing some Twitch or some GIMP chat. It's GIMP chat is what it is. I feel like Chris is going to have pairings ready to rock here. Chris is Hall of Famer Chris Schoenthal does an excellent job getting all the pairings and stuff rolling super quick. So we've got I am rematching actually my dark versus Justin's light. So all right, I will throw up. I am playing for dark my Endor Operations Any Methods Necessary deck. It's the deck I played at, as I said, the Constellation Tournament at Worlds. It's also the deck I've been playing most of the summer in a lot of tournaments. I used it in the Return of the Jedi 25th anniversary event pretty extensively. I played it in the Minnesota States and Bestman Regionals. All right, so we're facing our own Hunt for the Droid General. Okay, let's see how this goes. Chris had to point out that light side messed up all the pairings, obviously, since I'm rematching against the player who I beat. As I said, this uses the Any Methods Necessary start, grabs Boba Fett, Slave One, Symbol of Fear, and the Cloud City Prison. I am planning to flip Endor Operations and limit him to one battle destiny everywhere because I'm a jerk. Let's say first things first, we're going to Imperial Command right away and grab ourselves Admiral Trench because I can use Endor Shield to go get Ozzel or get Thrawn later. This might be interesting since I've got Ominous Rumors in opening hand. I might be able to just flip first turn and not worry about. I might not go to space first turn. I might just drop my stuff and flip and be ready to rock. I like the opening hand tentacle a lot. I don't expect to see a lot of barriers, but I do expect to see. I'll likely want to grab one of his cards. I'll likely want to grab two of his interrupts as well. I think the Gen 1 armor is probably grabber bait. Slight weapons malfunction would be in any other match. I don't think he's going to ever be able to flip me back, so I'm not the least bit worried about slight weapons malfunction. Well, let's just see where this goes. I did not get a We Must Accelerate my opening hand. There are 4 in the deck. And that's usually the, hey, I love this in opening hand card. Like, I had a couple of those games at World's Constellation where I was like, oh, in my control phase, I'm going to look for a card. And then I'd end up dropping like 5 cards on the table. I'd be like, I'm going to pull this during control phase, and then I'm going to pull this during deploy, and this during deploy, and this during deploy, and this during deploy. And my opponents usually just kind of went, yeah, that's what it looks like. So only activating 6 because Justin is rude and does not give me extra force, and I'm not happy with that. Done with activate control. Let's go see if Established Secret Base is in here. It is, along with the Dark Forest, along with Endor Shield, along with Thrawn. How many of my accelerates? 1, 2, 3. So 3 accelerates, which means theoretically one's in my force pile, but I'm probably not going to end up trying much of my force this turn. So we're going to grab Establish. That's fine. The whole grab all the cards at once is a sort of a function of live play you can't get on GAMP, and it is what it is. So done with deploy. Let's throw out the 2-0. Let's throw out Endor Shield to make the other set a 2-0. Let's throw my boy Ozzel there. And throw down Establish. Throw down Tentacle. Throw down Ominous Rumors. So now I'm flipped. The only thing the flip side matters to me is the light side can't draw more than one Battle Destiny anywhere. We'll use Establish to go fetch another site. I don't love a lot of what I had in you know what? I'm not going to deploy Slave 1. We'll throw down Forlom. Card from hand on the bottom. We're going to put down the Point Man, draw one. I like Tarkin. Use Endor Shield to grab Thrawn. And I've got an extra grabber. We're actually going to draw this one and pass on move. Draw that one. Oh, I like that card too. And pass on draw. We're going to abuse the fact that I open-handed the Ozzel and throw Thrawn down to draw a card with Forlom. And then I can just get him back next turn. I kind of like this hand. Like, I'll be honest, this hand looks like a whole host of fun. Let's see where things go. Okay. So Justin getting some force out as well. He's not really doing much with it. Okay, so he's going to be aggressively putting guys in play, and I'm not going to do anything to him here. Like, all right, so he's going to get a ping damage through. Pass on deploy. Pass on battle. So I'm going to have 10 force to work with. Normally, like, what I want to do here is just drop Fett on his ship and move Ozzel out and up. I don't think Justin's going to put another system out for me, so I'm not super concerned about being able to utilize Ominous Rumors, really. Kind of want to see what's in here. So looks like I've got a one. We must accelerate 2, 3. 3 we must accelerates. I'm trying to decide if I want a Tarkin's Bounty for an accelerate and just get my last force out, and then drop Mara and ship up there, and because I need to be threatening that drain. I think we are going to drop a Tarkin's Bounty on Ozzel. Like, we're going to do that for sure. It's really just a what do I want to grab with Tarkin's Bounty. So we're going to use Tarkin's Bounty to go grab a card from Force Pile. None of those are super impactful right now. Like, the Maul would be nice, but I don't think he is the highest priority. I actually think I'm okay with grabbing this, to go get my last sight out, so I'm not drawing a 0 ever. And then we're going to throw Mara in the Infiltrator up at Endor. Also, frankly, doing that to potentially elicit him trying to make a play on it. Like, I'd be very okay if he decides to come to Endor right there. So move. Let's draw a few. We're going to foil him for a card here as well at some point. So this is what he's going to ping for, drain for 1, ping for 1 there. I'm not too concerned about that. So I'm going to foil this one down because I really use that mostly to grab with Boba. I actually don't mind U3PO there. I gotta imagine he's got an answer for him, but I'd like him to have to use a turn to get it. Leadership. I'm gonna grab that simply because I can. I don't foresee it being a huge issue, but taking cards out of his life force seems good. And I have no need to draw another. I'm okay with this hand. Again, I think his space is very light. My hand is kind of garbage. Like, I like parts of it, but like I'm looking at how I can do anything on the ground, and I think it's going to be Thrawn and Tarkin on the ground. Yeah, I'm going to play Battle Order and force him to pay. Mostly because he's activating an equally bad number as me, and I think I've got a better line. I'm going to foil the Onyx 2 down, mostly to draw 1 and to then burn the Onyx 2 when he pings. I don't expect him to drain. Oh, he is going to drain. Okay. But I will lose the Onyx 2. I'm totally fine with that. Oh, he needed to drain with Hunt's Droid General. Alright. Battle. So I can then move that to an Episode 1 Battleground. I don't have any, so it'll be... He's going to keep that flipped. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we'll grab Artillery. I have no interest in letting him have a bunch of extra force. Let's see what I would have... Oh, I would have drawn them all. I almost drew that one too. Okay, well. These things happen. I still think leaving the force was the right play. So, General Kenobi to the Endor site is cute, I guess. Oh, he doesn't have the ping with the gun site. So, General Kenobi with the Uncivilized Blaster. Okay, like... and he's going to draw a couple, which is fine. So he's got no force saved, which is good for me. Basically, it means I can no escape back my Maul and go make things interesting on him at Kenobi. Like, I think I just need to be aggressive in pursuing that, not giving him that line to go after. I'd love it if Farlime here will blindly fetch me Phantom Menace, I think I'm going to drop Point Man. I can't envision him playing Keep Your Eyes Open. Like, that would slow him down as much as it would slow me. Perimeter Scan to play a shield, knock yourself out. Yep, Ultimatum's fine. I'm probably not draining for any more than 2 ever. So, what are the odds we can get a Phantom Menace out of this? There are 4 in the deck. Oh. Well, he's probably got a leadership, so we're not going to risk that in terms of a making a big move. We're not going to drain because I do want to draw a few cards. I'm going to drop No Escape and get back that Maul. 7, 8, 9, 10, 1 to battle. That means I don't draw any. You know what? I'm all right with that. Let's throw the U3PO down. If he's got free ride, he's got free ride. Knock himself out. Let's throw them all down there. Let's pass on deploy. Let's start a ruckus. Swing at Kenobi. There's a big one. It's a 5. And a 1. That's unfortunate. Alright, so I missed on that swing. I assume we'll see a shot back here. Yep. And that's a miss. Which is, I mean, he doesn't really care if he hits or not. He would have liked to cause the damage, but I'm not, I've got no immunity, so, like, he's fine with that miss occurring. Let's try another swing here. There's a 4, and big money, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. 4 and a 2 says I miss again. That is abnormal in this deck. The Destiny in this deck is actually very good. Well, now let's draw 7 for Battle Destiny and hope. I guess that's really all I'm doing here right now. He activates 1 with Kenobi, which is fine. Let's pull the Phantom Menace here. That was not the way I wanted that to go in any way, shape, or form. Really? Okay, well, I'm going to lose Maul. That was not the way I wanted that battle to go. Pass on move. In this case, I'm just going to draw 1 because I don't care if he moves Anakin away from U3PO. Alright, there's a Saj. And now I got to peel 1. Let's peel 1 off the top. That's any methods. I don't care about that. It's more, I'm going to eat a drain of 2 here. And that's going to stink, although he's got to pay for it. So, yep, he's going to drain for 2. So I guess I'll peel 2 off the top. Yep, those would have hit. Grumble, grumble. Is what it is sometimes. That's how the game goes. So, oh, he had spy 5s. That's going to be unfortunate. Let's throw command down, find my geek. Nope, that's not my geek. Alright, let's see. And there's another trooper. This could end very poorly for me. But let's see what happens. I mean, I'm not actually, potentially not really getting overflowed. So, like, this isn't really the worst thing that could have happened to me. Yeah, he'll get to do his fancy retrieval stuff. Yep, he's going to shoot Ozzel. And that's fine, Ozzel's hit. You fool, Ozzel. Alright, fine, Ozzel got hit. Let us point at someone. Point! And your power -1. And you'll like it. That's really all I'm doing with that one, though. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do here. Let's see what he draws. So, him flipping me back actually isn't the worst thing ever here. Like, I'm going to keep Forlom a lot. Well, actually, I think I lose Forlom because I probably can't. Yeah, can't use it to satisfy attrition, so that's fine. I'm not taking overflow. So this isn't a huge loss in this sense. Put the bounty on first, then Ozzel. He suspends Endor shield, which gives him a couple more activation, which is probably nice. And flips that back. That's all fine and good. And then I'll lose Forlom. Like, that's an annoyance, but I don't know that I'm super plussed over it. And he's just leaving them there, which is interesting, I think. I'm not sure I love that play by him, simply because it gives me, like, I can just take, if I can just take out one of his sites, I shut off Coward. I can just Coward and shut off that drain, and I'm okay with that. So we're going to do that for the moment. That's enough activation. Let's go grab Establish Secret Base. So there's a few ones in there. I don't like those ones. None of my 7s. Well, let's go. Pass on control. We're going to go aggressive here. Throw Thrawn. Right, I'm throwing Thrawn, Tarkin, and Trench at the Endor. At him. So if he's got the command to limit me to 1, that's fine. I'll force him to use it, because that also means he's not using it to draw an extra 1, and I can probably keep one of these guys alive, although that may end up not being the greatest play also. But I'm in kind of a weird spot right here, and I don't really like the way this went, and missing those 2 swings was absolutely brutal for me. Like, I should... That's so rare in this deck. The destiny in this deck is kind of insanely high, usually. Oh, he's going to shoot Tarkin. No big surprise, and I will probably lose a force. Yep. I will lose... I mean, ultimately my goal is to hopefully be able to keep Thrawn there. Slight weapons malfunction to add a battle destiny. Alright, so I'm probably not keeping anyone alive there this turn, but as long as he's not limiting me he isn't either, which is okay for me right now. So let's see. If this is the here's drawing 2 ones in a row and your deck hates you. Oh, yep, we'll cancel and redraw that with Tarkin. Come on. Let's go for something that's not terrible. Son of a... Yeah, that was not the way those draws are supposed to go. So let's see what his pop up with. Okay, he's got a 5. So it's going to wipe the site. Which I don't love, but is okay right now. Yeah, 5 and a 7. He is definitely wiping the site. All of the things my deck is supposed to do good Destiny-wise, I have not done yet, and his is, you know, he's drawn a couple of those 7s. Like, those artilleries are doing really well for him. That's fine. I killed Kenobi. That was my goal right here with this battle, was just take out Kenobi so that I can put Coward in play and limit what he can do next turn. Like, force him into doing something next turn. So, throw out Coward. And I think he's going to have to move out of the bunker. Like, I don't feel like he can leave his 2 guys locked in there with any sort of comfort level, for lack of a better term, but like, he's definitely ahead of me right now. I don't like where this is at. And that's kind of how this EOPS deck works occasionally. Sometimes it can be a little bit fragile if you can't get your start going. Like, alright, so I'm right, he's got no space. So I think the Mara up there was the right play, and it means I can probably lose Fett. Maybe not Fett, because I would like to drop him with Vader if I find him, but I can certainly lose Slave 1 the next time I need to lose Force. Like, I don't think he's got any space that I need to, at least none I need to worry about. Assuming we're just going to see some guys move out here. Maybe he's passing on control. Oh, he does have a little bit of space. All right. The Azure Angel plus a clone pilot. Okay. I wasn't expecting that, but like, I don't know that that's going to be good for him. All right, so he gets to do his shenanigans with that, but he's got no. We have 1 pilot, 1 astromech. Yeah, he's got no immunity. So I guess he's just hoping to kill Mara. Like, he gets Kenobi into hand, which is good. Ooh. So he's not killing Mara. Yeah, I'm still going to draw. Look at the destiny in this deck. It is brutal. He loses the clone pilot. I will lose 1 more off the top. I run a force field, which is fine. I'm going to keep Mara alive. It's not bad. I don't love leaving the Azure Angel there. Yep, he steals U3PO. That was going to happen at some point. U3PO blocked like 3 drains out of that. I'll take that as a... I'll take that. It's more a question, is he going to move his guys out of the bunker, or is he going to just stick in the bunker and hold the... Yeah, he's going to keep the... Just try and hold the bunker. Got a whole bunch of cards in hand. I definitely need to draw some here just to get some stuff out, but I don't think I care about the bunker. I think I'm going to let him sit in the bunker for the moment. Pass on activate. I'm not going to drain, which is... I mean, if I hadn't put it out, he would have, but the paying for drains is getting to me. It would be getting to me. Throw Sidious there for the moment, and then we're going to draw some. Like, I know he can come down on Sidious. I can't stop that right now. I need to find some cards, but I need to be somewhat aggressive in trying to do something here. Yeah, get your perimeter scan. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah. There's Tarkin's Order. That's a nice set for stone. A card later than I'd like, but it'll work for next time. Oh, he does have another system in there and another ship. Interesting. I'm glad up to this point I've held on to that Fett. Like I would have liked to have someone to go with him, but I'll take that. So it's not going to pay to drain, which actually is not good for me right now. Going Admiral Yularen to pull the ship. Okay. All right. So he has ability 3. I'm not activating enough to track to that yet, so we're going to... Okay. So he's putting the forfeit fodder up there as well. Ambush is going to go grab 3 troopers. Oh, just putting out another system, which actually is really good for me. Like, he's probably going to cost me Mara here. And there's not much I can do about that. Short of some sort of insanely bad luck draw on my part, or bad luck draw on his part and great draw on mine. He's going to cost me Mara, and that happens. Yeah, he's got 2 draws here. I'm going to lose Mara. It's really, can I cost him other stuff? And he leaves his card on top. Just for that, we're going to make him shuffle it. Just because I can. I'm assuming he's still going to cost me Mara, but I want to leave... I want to give myself an out at least. So he draws a 4 for Battle Destiny, so yeah, I mean, I'm going to lose Mara no matter what. 4 and a 3 is 7, so he's power 22. Yeah, this is going to sting. So it's going to be 10 minus whatever I draw for battle. Honestly, at this point, like, I don't even know what to do here. The Destiny in this deck is fairly nuts, and I've drawn that same stupid maul like 4 times, and Yeah, that was a bad game. These things happen. As I said, every once in a while. Part of what um, that's what happens sometimes with this jagteq. It's a little bit fragile at times and can just kind of drop more than I want it to. So let's see what we got here in some other games. Dillen versus AJ. We got Shadow Collective versus Yoda Communing. Let's see what we've got here. Shadow Collective. Ooh, Gaul with the First Light and Zuckuss and Forlam. Plus, we've got some. I had to respond to something real quick, so this is interesting right now. So Dylan's got 22-26 down and 8 in hand. Dylan's definitely looking ahead in the game right now. I think Dylan's in a good position, but he can start losing stuff quickly. And Gaul is a non-permanent weapon hit, right? Yeah, just blaster. Not permanent weapon, you can cause it to be lost. I'm assuming Dylan's going to just try and wipe AJ off the sights right here, and we'll see how that works. Doesn't have Phantom Menace out, so Maul's probably getting hit. And if he doesn't, he's probably dying to attrition. And yeah, this could end with AJ in a real bad spot. If a couple draws don't go his way, he could easily be staring at Dylan, Teemo having complete board control. First Light and Zuckuss and Hunter are cute, but that Drain of 1 isn't going to do anything when Teemo's satisfying battle order and got a bunch of dudes all over the place. So let's see where this goes. And just waiting. Looks like the action's on Dylan if he's got a... Yeah, I think he's deciding if he wants to swing first or if there's something else he wants to do beforehand. Not sure. Not sure what he's sitting and staring at without seeing his hand. Like, this feels like it's a pretty straightforward... I don't know what you're thinking of doing beyond swinging at Maul and doing things on that. Oh, AJ is saying he meant to cancel the battle. What can he do to cancel that battle? Did I... Oh. So, let's see if AJ asks for a revert or this ends up going. Well, we'll see what happens here. AJ asking for the revert. Teemo being a good guy, letting the revert go. So that is something that, yep, there's the stunning leader. Teemo with the, sure, I'll let you try that, and proceeds to be like, nope, doesn't matter. Oh, that one makes me smile, as Teemo's going to chop the crud out of Maul again. And, yeah, so Maul's hit. Now, it'd be interesting if AJ shoots with Maul and hits. Yeah, the blaster deflection. so he can't kill. Well, he can kill Qui-Gon with a 6 or a 7. I guess that's what he's got to draw here, and he can add 1 to it with Maul. So like, he's got some outs, and he's not taking overflow, and especially if just drawing a 1. That's not what Dillen wanted to need to draw there. I guess it's a 3 with the communing business. That's not what AJ wanted. That 2 is gross, and AJ adds 1 to it for no reason whatsoever. Like, you're not losing force, you're not losing... Yeah, I guess you're not losing anything anyways. Pitch the gun back, and Maul goes away. And you're probably going to lose both these guys as well, as I assume he'll swing at... Yep. Teemo swinging at Lady Proxima. That would be a hit. I don't care what the next one is. 6 is enough to get her. 6 and 2. So yeah, AJ's staring at exactly what he didn't want to be staring at the end of this battle phase, which is 3 cards in hand. Teemo's got 10 more force down than he does, or almost, because it'll be 18 to 26. He's 8 more force down than he has. And total board control. Like, this is a bad space to be in. So I would not be shocked. Oh, Battle Destiny is 1, which would have been really good if AJ had any immunity, but he doesn't. So there's the 6. So Rey dies. But, like, you're still not really in a good position here. Like, it's, you're still looking at, you have 3 cards in hand, and next turn you drain for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I don't think there's anything you can do with 3 cards in hand. And Dillen's going to have a whole hand full of answers. Let's see where AJ goes with this. I'm actually a little surprised not to see AJ scoop right here. Like, he's not in a good position right now. I would not be comfortable where he's at, but he might think he's got something. He's got 2 cards in reserve. One of those is the 6 he just drew for Banner. No, I don't think either of those are the 6 he drew for Battle Destiny. Because he had a bunch of he played the Stunning Leader, he drew with Maul. Like, yeah, these aren't... I think that might be whatever his first Maul Destiny is. It's not a good spot. Paying to drain for 1 seems bad. We talked about this a little bit, like... You saw me never pay to drain against Justin because I was always using the Force to do something else, and even the turns I didn't, like, I needed to draw cards. Like, paying to drain, unless it's a large drain, almost always slows your deck down more than it's necessarily worth. Like, I don't know what AJ's plan is with those cards in hand in that Force, but, like, those 3 Force would almost unequivocally be better spent somewhere else. So he moves the first light with Balatik piloting over in front of Rebellion's Hope Luke on R2. That feels like you're just gonna lose the first light. Like, without somebody else to put on it. I guess you're just blocking that drain of 2 and hoping. Okay. So we move Zuckuts over as well, which is fine, because if you don't have any guys with guns to take advantage of Gaul, you might as well block that drain, and maybe that was why he drained for 1, is he's literally like, I can't do anything else. Let's just grind a little bit of differential out, but, like, differential's not a thing anymore. It doesn't matter how much you win or lose by, so maybe those 3 cards would have been better served being drawn. I guess we'll have to see, or maybe they were, going to be a bunch of Destiny 1s like in my last game, and then we would be sad, and it is what it is. So Looks like Justin Desai won game 2, Tom won game 2. So we got a bunch of. We have a bunch of. Tom certainly was is now 2-0. Not sure. Desai may have been 2-0. I'm not sure how that worked out. I know I'm 1-1, so we'll see where it goes from here. Got 2 more games, 2 more fun things to do, and then likely, probably not on my channel, probably on the PC channel. And maybe I'll grab somebody to co-host with. We'll stream the finale, the final confrontation. As I'm 1-1, I don't expect to be playing in it, but stranger things have happened, you know. Maybe I win out and Justin M wins out, and my strength of schedule looks really good with 2 games against a 3-1, and hope springs eternal. We'll see how this goes. But I think AJ is going to be in a bad spot here. Eating a drain of 3. And losing Dre and Ponda, and restraining bolt from hand, along with Hondo off reserve. I don't know why you lose the restraining bolt from hand. Like, even though you're behind, you might as well bolt 3PO just to show Timo who's boss. Throws down. I don't like sand. Timo does, which is okay. I don't think AJ's drawing any extra battle destiny anywhere, but so let him cycle. You know, he can grab the mace so he can get him in hand if he doesn't have one in hand already. Oh, there's Han chewing the Falcon. Barrier, which is fine. Like, I don't think Timo's crushed to not start that battle. Like, he's okay with just waiting a turn for that. Padme as a passenger on Han chewing the Falcon. Just in case he wasn't going to get enough attrition draws, Timo's going to add another one there, as Padme adds one with Luke Skywalker, the Rebellion's Hope. So, if AJ sits in front of there, he's just going to end up losing everybody, because Timo's deck's going to be, Timo's been cycling his 3POs pretty hard. He's going to have a decently high destiny going out there, and there's not much AJ can do against that right now. AJ's got 6 cards in hand. He's got 11 down. I think this is probably the make or break turn here for AJ. Honestly, I think the make or break turn was 3 or 4 turns ago, but if AJ can't get Qui-Gon off table here, I don't think he's got a chance of winning the game. Like, he's just too far down, Timo's got 16 down and 11 in hand, and AJ's got a total of 17 cards. Like, he's just so far behind the 8-ball, and that Qui-Gon drain of 3 is going to be murder. Honestly, the Camino, I don't know how AJ plans to stand up to that, because you're going to lose a whole bunch of stuff. All right, so Shizor in front of Anakin is cute. I mean, you're going to prevent him from drawing a Battle Destiny. I guess if you've got a blaster and you can hit him and recycle and add a Destiny to power, like, maybe you can do something cute, and maybe that's what he was just searching for Maul. Just in case it was a blaster and he ended up not having any Destiny to shoot with, which was smart. Like, AJ, AJ's not a bad player. Throwing the Black Sun Blaster on Anakin. Let's see if he had the Destiny to shoot or not. I think the only reason you wouldn't shoot is if you're sitting at, right at a 5, because there's Wisas and Tracking Us's in this deck to subtract 1 from the shot. You've got to be at a +2. And AJ's spreading a little bit. Throws Kira in front of 3PO. He's taking a shot. This way, if he can flip, he can get there. I don't think he can survive long term against that drain of 3. But He's going to try. So we'll see. Shizor battle Anakin. Anakin does not get Battle Destiny because of Prince Shizor's text, which is total ability 6 or more required to draw Battle Destiny. So Padawan Anakin is just sitting there looking surly because he doesn't like sand. Yep, he had the tracking us to subtract 1 from the Destiny, so he ends up he wins the battle by... AJ wins the battle by 1. and Anakin's immune. So AJ's just going to pitch a Qui-Gon Saber because Qui-Gon's already got a Saber. And now, somewhere in here, AJ's going to get the heck pounded out of him. My guess would be... I'm a little surprised, actually, that... And maybe because Teemo's already got one in hand, he didn't just grab Mace off of sand just to keep him alive. Moves Balatik down. I think he's just going to try and spread and do as much damage as he can, and I still don't see that as a winning strategy, but hey, you do you, AJ. Let's see where this goes. Looks like no other games reported yet. And AJ's going to eat a drain of 4 here, I guess, because he does have resistance in play now. So, and he goes... Dillen goes and fetches Rey. So we're going to see Rey join Anakin, I'm sure, and beat up that poor Faline prince who did nothing to earn it. I don't think Prince Shizor did anything to justify getting beat up like this, but 'tis the reality of the situation. And as AJ loses another Prince Shizor and a blaster from Zerv to the drain of 2 at the generator core, now he's going to eat a drain of 2 at Camino, and that's bad for him. He loses a Point Man and Hondo off deck. He's running out of cards quickly here. Like, oh, he's not going to face Rey in front of the Prince. He's instead going to drop our boy Kit Fisto there and drop Rey in front of Balatik, because Balatik does not draw Battle Destiny on his own, I don't believe. Yeah, he may not... Well, with Han, he may not add Battle Destiny. Yeah, Balatik's just sort of sitting there in a danger zone. Like, there's nothing Bal is doing that's good. And that's not good. Well, he'll shoot the Black Sun Blaster at Rey. And hit her, which is nice. Like, and if Teemo draws low, he's potentially got the ability in adding a reshuffle. I don't think he can add a Destiny to the... Oh! That was spicy. I like that. I totally... I knew AJ had those cards, but appropriately uses them to make Rey lost and just be like, no, dude, I got this. This is my space, my zone, my area of protection. That's not a bad little play at all for AJ. The Balatik does well, and actually he's going to get the flip back on that and ping a damage as well, which is also good, although he may not survive long enough to do much more than that, because that poor Prince Shizor is not looking long for this world. Shizor draws a 4 for Weapon Destiny. That doesn't hit nobody. I would assume we will see added Destiny to Battle, or Destiny to Power here. Yep, and there's the Destiny to Power as a 6. Like, AJ might not end up too far behind here. Like, he's probably just going to lose Shizor. Battle Destiny is a 7, so yep, he's going to lose Shizor. And I'm assuming stack the gun first to give himself some little bit of forfeit fodder to work with, and a 6 for Battle Destiny. AJ's trying to make it interesting. Let's see where this goes, and they're tracking us to subtract 1, so it makes it a 5, which is like, he still kills a guy. I guess he makes it a 5 and then subtracts 2 from the attrition with Yoda's Hut, so he doesn't kill a guy, which is sad making. And AJ couldn't grab the tracking us last turn when it got played because, yeah, so, yep, he's going to reduce it to 5, reduce the attrition to 3. So he's able to keep Kit and Anakin alive, but that's not the worst spot for AJ. Like, the Kit and Anakin being stuck there draining for nothing is kind of okay. Like, or at least not horrendous. I mean, you've got them locked at a site you don't care about. You're still way the heck behind. Like, this is still not the position you want to be in. But you're at least doing some interesting stuff. Escape pod, we're doomed to suspend. You'll be dead for a turn, which is kind of rubbing salt in the wound, but I think probably I actually think it's a good play for Teemo for Dillen because AJ's trying to make this close. Like, I don't think he can get him 2-0. Between he's going to eat a drain of 5 next turn, and he's got 10 cards total. Like, I don't know really where his, I don't know what AJ's end game is here. I don't think it's got a... Alright, so he's just going to drop. He knows he's got the 6 there. So he's just going to take out Qui-Gon, and I guess, like... But Qui-Gon's just going to swing. Like, what's your... You're not winning this battle. Qui-Gon's going to swing and send you to used and say good game. Like, I mean... Alright, well, we'll see what AJ's thinking about here. AJ does not draw, so AJ just blocks the drain. I guess? I don't see what he's getting out of that. Like, he's got no way to react with a gun to at least make things interesting. Like, had he had a gun, that track 6 would have made things interesting because that would have been enough to shoot Qui-Gon. Like, with the mode points, you can't hide forever combo out there, he would have shot Qui-Gon with a 6. Like, that would have at least made things interesting. And I think it would have been a fun, like, honestly, it would have been a fun way to see the game go. Like, here, I'm going to shoot Qui-Gon, I'm going to use Gaul, and, either Gaul or Dre and Ponda, and eliminate him. And now you've at least got some sort of threat. Like, I'm assuming Dillen comes down with with Mace, but, like, is he running low on sabers? Like, if he comes down with Mace, can you do something in response? 2 Mace coming down, but without that shot, like, wasn't much for AJ to do there. And that might have been the, that might be the nail in the coffin for AJ. I just don't see this ending well for him. But to his credit, he definitely is grinding it grinding it to the end. Yep, there's the 6 off the top. Like, we knew that 6 was there. And AJ knew that 6 was there, but I think he correctly knew he wasn't going to get anything with Dre and Ponda out of it. So, like, what's the plan here? Oh, there's the concede from AJ. It had to come at some point. And that, oh, no, there's still 2 games going. Wolfman versus Gogolen, which is another Shadow Collective versus Yoda Meaning. Or, PMJ versus Dog, which is my kind of scum versus Rescue the Princess. Let's see where that one... There's a whole lot of folks all over, so it looks like PMJ's kind of... PMJ's ahead a little bit. He's ahead in force. I mean, Dog's got 10 down and 1 in hand, and PMJ's got 18 down and 4 in hand, and PMJ satisfies battle order, which Dog does not, and that's bad. But at the same time, like, Dog isn't quite out of this yet. This is an interesting spot. Hondo looks like he's moving over to block the Obi-Wan drain, and just picking a couple up. I mean, with a scum deck like this, I assume that PMJ is sitting on at least 1 Gick somewhere, and he's, like I say, he's got battle plan in play. He's got, you know, a little bit of spread on Tatooine, not really a ton, but just enough to keep things interesting. I don't love a Sot or a Sing being there. I think that would have been, my guess is that was a semi-desperation style play. Like, I'm not sure why she's there protecting scum and draining. She should have been, you know, she should be on the Death Star going after Obi-Wan, I think, or going after anyone. Like, just, you know, hitting characters is good. Like, burning RTP, you just want to burn their characters down. So this is the guards version. I think Hondo's actually his rep. So Bantha Fodder to take a weak way, which would be his Hondo. Yep. Out. So he's got the ability to cancel a Battle Destiny or a Drain. I mean, Dog activated all of it, so he's not battling this turn in all likelihood, which means you use Hondo to cancel one of the drains. You know, take a ping. Yeah, that drain of 3 is getting Hondoed, I'm sure. Yep. And that's fine. So now he's gonna pay 3 to drain for 2 there. Like, PMJ definitely feels like he's in control here, but it's not a gimme right now. So there's a double back and a Twi'lek from hand, which is a solid, like, just get rid of cards, and now he's going to ping 1 with the blaster effect. So, like, what's PMJ's play here? Like, next turn he just drains for 3 and like, maybe even start a battle with Hondo, or throw down your alien mob somewhere to take that Hondo off so you can use it offensively then right away. Like, I'm not sure. I mean, Dog's only got 1 card in hand, so there's only so much he has to face. So PMJ is still going to pay 1 to... You're still going to have to pay 3 to drain for 3. You know, because it's 1 for each drain, but I think the, you know, paying 3 to drain is always bad, you know, or almost always bad. Paying 1 to drain is a solid, you know, I think that's actually a reasonable thing, and I would have been interesting had that been a rule instead of battle order being a card. Instead of the pay 3, it was just a, if you don't occupy a site in a system, you have to pay 1 to Force drain. Like, the game would be so different and would have had some times where it was very different because of that. Yeah, PMJ just cycling some cards, uses masterful move to cycle and grab nothing, and then activates 1 with Power of the Hut, so he's still got an active force. Dog's just moving right into move phase, moving his guys in front of the alien horde. He's got a bunch of guns there, which is cute. Like, Chalk is going to add... You know, Chalk stops them from being forfeit value being reduced, but he doesn't really care about that. Is he just moving? So he's moving Obi-Wan there. And Hondo's staying... You know, Hondo's blocking a drain of 0 right now. Like, I'm not sure what the play line is here for... Like, I don't know if PMJ wants to battle there. I don't feel like he does. Like, the power's about equal. You're going to lose a bunch of guys. I guess you're drawing an extra 1 with Django. So you're getting 2 Battle Destiny there, but like, and he doesn't have the ability to forfeit guns, I don't think. He's got good blast. Yeah, this is a good blaster, and yeah, it doesn't, he doesn't have the ability to sack them to used, which means he's in a little bit better position. No updates from the other games, although I think there's only a couple games left going on right now. So PMJ's got 12 down and 6 in hand. Like, I'm not sure the 6 in hand come into play too much unless he's got like an alien rabble. He's going to throw down activates 8, leaving himself 3 in reserve. So he might be thinking of doing something. Like, I could see a battle at the hangar just to... You know, he'll get an extra Battle Destiny with Django. Makes Dog peel a 6 off reserve. That's a good thing. So he's paying 3 to drain for 3. Which is a, you know, I think that's the right play. Like, Dog's low on force. You just need to keep pounding out those drains. Like, I wouldn't actually hate the Alien Rabble to be at Jabba's palace. Just get that extra drain in. Or send it at Luke. Like, go for the Battle Destiny and just start clearing guys and trying to keep your stuff going. Without knowing what's in PMJ's hand, I don't know what his plan is here right now. So let's see where he goes with it. And he's at 6 force. He's going to probably want to pay to retrieve with Scum, although not necessarily. Okay, Dr. Ian Ponda to shut off the corridor attacks. That, you know, which just stops the react. So he drops Drain Ponda. I don't know if he's going to pay 2 to retrieve 2. Oh, he is going to pay 2 to retrieve. Nice. And I'm assuming he knows what that Destiny... Yeah, he knows that's the 5 from the... whatchamacallit? Rebel Ambush to make Luke immune. That is not the card PMJ wanted him to play. That is most assuredly not the card PMJ wanted him to play. And he can't grab that anywhere. This might not end well for Pat, actually. Because Dragon Pond are going to get shot and be forfeit 0. Yep. What the heck does Janna do? Other resistance characters of Destiny 2 and Finn are power +1 at same adjacent sides during battle. Alright, I guess she's a stormtrooper. Never seen that car in play before. So loses 1 to Luke hitting and makes him... Oh, can't be used to satisfactory. Alright, so he's not forfeit 0, so he's probably not eating overflow, but he's not killing Luke, which is really what he wanted to do there. He definitely... Killing Luke was his hope there, not eating the drain. You know, he just wanted to wipe that site, and this is not going the way Pat wanted it to. So we'll see where this ends up. Wonder what... Okay, so here's the Destiny to Power is a 6. I mean, RTP can run a lot of Destinies to, a lot of high Destiny cards. A lot of those kind of jank cards are high Destiny. PMJ draws a 7 for Battle Destiny. It is +2 with Fearless and Inventive, because Jabba and Bib are together. And a 4, so yeah, like, nothing happens to Dog. Like, that turn did not go the way Pat wanted it to. I don't know that he wants to battle at the hangar. Like, yeah, you'll get 2 Destiny, you're not doubling anybody's power, and you're probably going to end up losing Jabba and or Bib. And that slows down your objective being +2. You're not going to lose them until the end of the battle, so like you'll kill 2 things, but you'll not do enough damage. Yeah, I think you just let them sit there. I think maybe you move Hondo over just because. Give you one more forfeit thing up there. Oh, PMJ draws it instead. I don't know. I don't love that. I don't love Hondo sitting there. Like, Hondo sitting there is utterly worthless. There's no benefit in Hondo being there unless you think you're going to kill Leia and prevent him from immediately freeing, but like, you didn't go after Leia, so you're not killing her right away. And that's not good, So, Dog activates. He only activates 4. So is he going to pay to drain, or is he going to throw a guy down and start a ruckus? Because leaving 5 in reserve looks like a couple of shots, a Destiny to Power, like a whole bunch of fancy stuff. And actually, yeah, it's Obi Saber, so it's definitely, oh, now he activates a few more. Probably so he can get his drains in. I think he's probably going to hope that that drain of 3 goes through. He's going to ping for 1. There's a barrier out of hand, which probably doesn't matter at all. And the drain of 2, I think he's hoping to, he'd get the drain of 2 through either way. Loses a Banth Fodder and another Aura with Blaster. I think the Aura with Blaster is just, he's who was left to keep the card flipped, keep Fearless and Inventive flipped, because he's got to control 2 or occupy 2 Tatooine sites. Oh, flipped if you don't occupy 2 Battleground sites. Alright, so he's going to be there forever. Oh, he did not have a Hondo in hand, so suddenly things are looking a little closer. Like, I don't think he's battling there. Chewie cancels Jabba's text, which is fine. Like, you're not battling with only 2 Destiny. Like, that would be a terrible, terrible thing to do. Like, canceling Jabba's text is cute, but it doesn't actually... I don't know. I mean, you cancel it because you can. But I don't foresee any battle happening there. It's really... I'm curious if Pat's got another character in hand. Okay, I don't like that battle at all. Well, see, like, Pat's drawing 2 Destiny and they're each +2. Like, you're going to lose a ton of dudes here, dog. So, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe he can just lose, like, just Obi-Wan and a guy. So he adds a Destiny to total power with Chad, which means he's not shooting anyone. So he's probably just going to lose Django to the attrition, and Destiny total power is a 5. That's fine. Like, That means nothing, and I think his battle is like a 4. Oh, it's a 2. All right. PMJ did not have a Hondo in hand, so PMJ draws a 7 and a 7 for Battle Destiny. That's not the way Dog wanted that one to go. So Dog's got no force saved. Yeah, I think losing Chalk was the right play there. Because now he's drawing still a 7 and 7 in the return battle, and he could just throw Forfeit down to stay on top of that. I'm assuming he'll lose Ensign Hills. Yep, so now it's Obi-Wan alone there feels real bad. Like, that feels real bad for Dog. I think that battle went as poorly as it could have, and I think it was a bad battle to start. PMJ activates, leaves himself just 1. I'm a little surprised he didn't leave a second to just draw 2 7s and try and overflow Obi, but maybe he's just worried about getting 1 off, and that's fine. He's gonna, burn through his 3 drains of 1, and that's smart and worthwhile and valuable and all of those good things. Another nice Destiny. Like, that run would have been nasty if he'd have had it in hand, but without it, like, I'm still not sure that not leaving the extra force wasn't the call there. Like, I think being able to draw 2 7s would have been really nice, as I think you actually then are looking at overflowing Obi-Wan. Like, right now you're potentially overflowing him by some, but like that second 7 would have been a whole lot, and he's got no force saved and no cards in hand, so it's not like he's gicking or hoojixing out of it. So he doubles Bib. Maintenance cost alien present, so yeah, there's the 7. Oh, power plus 3. Okay, so he would have been, yeah, so he doubles Bib. Yeah, this is probably game right here, honestly. Like, he's at 26 to, yeah, Dog doesn't even draw. I think he just concedes right here. Yep. Not a huge shock to see that end that way. We got one more game going on here. Looks like Wolfman versus Chris Gogolen. 7 force to 7 force. This is a tight battle right now. Shadow Collective versus Yoda Communing again. Wow, this is this be close. Looks like it's Wolfman's turn. He's in control phase. Looks like he drained some and burnt him with You'll Be Dead. Is he gonna drain with Maul for another 2? Am I missing? He doesn't have. He satisfies enough battlegrounds for. Yeah, he is gonna drain with Maul and lose 1 to make it a drain of 2. This is a close game. This is a close game. So he's going to be able to flip right away. He's going to be able to flip at the start of his battle phase. So he's got, or no, he won't. He doesn't have gangster leaders controlling 2 battlegrounds. He's got Hondo at 1, but Chalk and Dre and Honda do not cover, so he's not going to flip to be able to try Battle Destiny with Zuckuss. I'm not sure where he goes here. Does he just move Zuckuss in front of Han Chewie and the Falcon? Like, I think he does. Just, I guess it doesn't really matter where he's at. Yeah, you move him in front of Han Chewie and the Falcon to subtract 1 from the drain, basically. And he doesn't have any way to kill. He must not have the comm scan in hand to kill Jin. I think you keep Maul there. Like, whew, this is gonna be close because if he doesn't have anybody to put on Zuckuss just to eat the Battle Destiny, this could be bad. So no escape to get Shizor back. Okay. Now then, do we see Shizor in front of Rey? Like, actually, Shizor in front of Rey, even if you just battle and do nothing, like you force him to lose a card, because this is if your gangsters control 2 gangsters control 2 battlegrounds. Do you have 2 gangsters here? He's not one. Is Chaka a gangster? No, Chaka is not a gangster. So he's just gonna make him lose a force, which actually is a great play right here. Like, I don't see any downside to, like, fine, lose 1. Like, Googs has only got 1 card in hand and 4 force down. He's not going to deploy on Shizor here. Like, he can move guys over and make things interesting, but, like, yeah. And gogolen, this is, yeah, nice play. Like, that 1 force is actually might end up being really big. That no escape for Shizor was very well played. I don't know what gogolen's going to do here. Like, losing a force feels really bad, but just losing Rey feels really bad too. This is a solid ending to what looks like it was a very, very tight game. And I think you got, yeah, gogolen just loses Leia from hand, so he's now out of cards. Which actually was, yeah, Leia. He could have used Leia to blank one of those sites, which would have been real good. But he would have had to lose Rey to do it, and then he still would have given up drains in a couple battlegrounds. Like, that's still not a great spot. Moved Zuckuss in front of Han Chewie and the Falcon. I think just you don't face the extra destiny to attrition, so if he doesn't hit the 5 or 6, you don't lose him. Plus, it's the drain of 2 instead of 1. So now he's eating. He's eating a drain of 3 here. Wolfman is, but he's threatening more damage coming back. And it's really just going to be a question of if he can afford to, if he can stay alive this turn. Just clearing out some emails while we wait for this to go. So gogolen activates 1, which is, I'm assuming, no, and 1 more. Assuming it's going to be 1 to battle with Zuckuss, and then probably 1 to move Anakin over. Okay, so he's activating, leaving 1 force, which, peeking at the top 2 cards of his lost pile, does he have, he may still have Yoda retrieval left. No secret plans out, but that's honestly not a big deal. So, he looked at the force pile, so moved a card to the bottom that he could theoretically go get with Rey. I don't know that it's gonna matter. Wolfman loses the Probot from hand, which is probably a solid loss, and Balatik off the top. Then he'll drain for 1 at Gaul, which is going to be the Lana-Dobreed combo. So Wolfman's down to 4 cards in reserve and nothing in hand, but he's threatening 4 damage, even if he's got to pay for it next turn. Like, he can just ping for 2 and then drain for 2 with Maul. So Gogolen's got to have something here. So Gogolen searched his reserve deck, and did he like what he saw? 17 players watching this game right now. I think everybody's watching it. Looks like he probably did like what he saw. He's battling at Camino. That probably, yep, there was the 5. So he is killing Zuckuss and Hunter. Maul subtracts 1 to make it a 4, so theoretically he keeps Zuckuss and Hunter alive, depending on what he draws here. Like, this is going to be the... He needs a big draw here. There's a 5. He'll add 1 to make it a 6, I believe. Oh, nope, he can't add 1 to make it a 6. That is enough to kill Honshu and the Falcon. Oh, no, it's not, because the 5 is reduced to 1. Looks like Wolfman just lost 2, so he can drain this turn, and that's probably going to be enough, because now he can drain for 1, 2, 3, and ping for 2, which is 5. So even if Gogolen hasn't Yoda retrieved yet, I think that'll be it. I apologize. I'm not sure why my dog's going nuts upstairs. Someone must be at the door. Gogolen moves Padme over to hang out with Rey. And I'm still not seeing a way that he stops Wolfman from winning this game. So Wolfman activates his 2. Drain for 1. Loses Clash. Ping for 2 with You'll Be Dead. Puts him down to 1 force and no way to stop it in hand. And drain for 2 with Maul, and Wolfman wins with 1 card left. Very nicely done. That was a solid way to end that game. That was a very tight game. That does mean that we will have our new pairings here in a moment. Give them a give Chris just a second to get them posted. Although I feel like waiting that second is, Chris is usually quicker than that. Looks like Wolfman is going to post his Hey, I won. And well deserved. He definitely played that very well. Well, there's a whole bunch of GIMP chat is a whole bunch of blah. We're just gonna pretend we're not reading that because I don't need to see it. Game 3 pairings are up because Chris is on top of that crazily. Oh, I'm facing Teemo. Awesome. So I am playing my EOPS again versus Teemo Dusselin, who believe I took the deck from him back in the day. I think he played it at one of the German or Euro events. So this will be interesting. I don't remember if I saw Teemo's light side or not. Oh, yep, Teemo was on Yoda Communing. That's right, Teemo beat AJ with the Yoda Communing deck. So He was Yoda Communing versus the Shadow Collective just a few minutes ago that we watched, because kind of like a goldfish at times, remembering stuff is hard to do. So he's got Jedi Business, Walk Lane, and Squassin. So this will be some space fighting here. Do I want a cold feet right away? Yeah, I'm not. Let's cold feet right away. Let's cold feet for the free grabber. As he's throwing down goldenrod, that seems rude of him. Well, let's activate my 5. That's really not what I wanted to be activating. He's going to go get 3PO. That's fine. I'll let him have 3PO. I do have a couple We Must Accelerates in deck or in hand, so hopefully we'll be fetching the blockade flagship and doing a bunch of stuff here. Let's see what we got. Done with activate, go into control. Let's see if we got all my pulling stuff. So establish is in here, the site is in here, is Endor Shield's in here, Ozzel's in here, Thrawn's in here. So I'll get my 2 sites. Alright, so we'll grab establish, which is perfect. That's the one we wanted. We will pass on control, go to deploy. Let's start with Endor Shield. Let's use Endor Shield right away, just because we can. Let's grab Ozzel. And yeah, that's fine. Throw your grabber out. I don't care about your grabber anyways. Thrawn. Let's deploy that. Let's use this to deploy that other card. Let's put my boy Ozzel in there. Let's throw down some secret base establishments. Let's actually throw that there empty and be okay with that, just to draw a couple, but I can save some force next turn to drop Fett and move it up. It also stops barrier from being a thing next turn. That stops me from getting things rolling. Let's pick up a card. Oh, I really like Trench there. And one more. All right, I also don't hate no escape. So, well, like I said, the Slave 1 play is mostly he can't stop me from taking off next turn now. So I can just throw Fett on as a pilot and then move Ozzel over, throw Trench on board as a passenger, and suddenly I've got a fully immune draw 2 Destiny ship. That seems good. I did play this matchup against Connor Britton at the World's Constellation event in the first game and won a extremely close game in an extremely fun manner. Was a very, very enjoyable game to play against him. Yep, Timo is going aggressive right from the jump, which is the right play, I think. He's got to get Anakin with his saber going there. Fortunately, I don't really have a great response to that. I mean, I'm activating 15, and we're going to throw Tarkin's Bounty down here, using Communing to peek at his last card. Like, we're still going to... Oh, he draws all of them, so I guess Tarkin's Bounty becomes a... we're going to drop somebody. So, activate. Let's peek. Maybe oh, it's not in there. And that's somewhat obnoxious, but not the worst thing that's ever happened to me. So we're actually sort of okay with that. I mean, it gives Timo a free view, but like I said, I'm pretty sure I stole this deck from him. So I'm not thinking I'm going to surprise him with it. So let's throw Tarkin's Bounty on Ozzel and go play fetch a card, any card. Golly, a couple of those look good. Like, obviously I'm not grabbing the Ominous Rumors. We'll let that one stick. Chokelord Vader's actually... I mean, I've got 4 7s in that reserve deck right now. That would be really spicy to hit, but it feels like the play here is just Maul. We're going to throw Fett on as a pilot. We're going to throw Maul there. Trying to decide if I want a hyperwave scan for the extra card, but I don't think he's going to do any shenanigans with anything there, so I think we're going to let that go. We're going to pass on deploy. We're going to start a battle here for free. We're going to choppy Mr. Padawan. There we go. See, that's what this deck is supposed to do, is draw good destiny. Okay, well, I still hit him. We're not going to talk about it. It's enough to hit him. Slow him down. This is what we're trying to do right now. Yeah, he's going to swing back. That's fine. Like, I think he got him. It's close, but that 8 appears to probably have hit him. So we both did a big destiny, little destiny play. That's all I needed, so we're up to battle destiny. I will draw my 1. It's a 1. That's unfortunate. It means I might actually be peeling a couple to this battle. But I think it was the right play simply to... Yeah, I'm going to peel a couple to this battle, and that's fine. That's unfortunate, but it happens. We will peel, apparently, Newt. And Sidious. Well, that's very unfortunate. And lose those guys. He's going to use Master Yoda to retrieve the saber right away. That's fine. We're going to drop Coward. We probably should have done that during the battle, but we forget things, so passing that, we're going to move Ozzel over and embark as a pilot. Take off for free to Endor. Pass on move. Let's pick a couple up. That's a good card. That's a really good card. We're going to pick this last one up. Okay, it wasn't an ominous, but I needed to not risk that, so that's fine. That was the right play. With the no escape in hand, I can potentially do something fun. You know, if Timo doesn't have a way to cause me to lose force this turn, that no escape is going to be real fun to do something good with. Because I will very happily just grab that Maul back. Let's see what Timo does here. So Timo throws down Camino, so I am activating a whole bunch of forces. Which also means I feel less bad about next turn. I'll probably pay 3 to drain for 2. So he's going to throw out Luke with R2 and red 5. Where's he going? Okay, so he's throwing them at Endor. Does he have another ship to throw out with them? Okay, so he's got the Han Chewie and the Falcon. So this has got... They're tracking us to activate 1, which is fine. So... He's taking an aggressive track here, which I like. I think that's the right play. Let's use Boba Fett and grab a card from reserve. Do I want to grab the short-range fighters? Do I want to grab... Ooh. And grab the short-range fighters. That's always a solid play, just because I can... I think that might be the play. I'll eliminate some of his stuff. I can probably keep the system alive, and I can probably keep, or not alive, but I can probably just lose Ozzel and Fett, and then I can no escape back Fett, and he can't leave, so we'll swap a 5 for a 5. That's fine. So adding a destiny to attrition, yep, that makes sense. So his destiny to power is a 4. Like I'm losing Fett and Ozzel. Like it's more a matter of if he can clear the 11 attrition, that'll be bad. But oh, Battle Destiny is a 1. I am really happy with that. That likely keeps me. That almost assuredly keeps me alive for something, and he can't move away, which is very good for me. So let's see what his other draw is for. Oh my goodness, my Battle Destiny is a 1. This deck just, so his Destiny attrition is 7, so he's going to have 8 in attrition. So I am losing Ozzel, and the total attrition is 4. So I am still killing Luke, and that leaves. So we'll lose Ozzel first. Doesn't really matter what way they go on there. And then we're going to lose Fett. And pass. HCF is stuck there, which is good for me. Pass on move. Pass on draw. We'll activate 17, which is really a whole bunch. Pass on activate. Let's go see if my ominous is in here. I'd kind of like it to be. Of course it's not. But 3 bad destinies and the rest are pretty good, which probably means the way this game has been going, I'm going to draw those 3 bad destiny and be angry at myself. But let's see what happens. Pass on control. Let's deploy no escape. Let's take back Fett. Would have preferred to get back my guy. So we'll throw Fett, we'll throw Thrawn, we'll throw Trench as a passenger. We're actually gonna throw Forlom down to start cycling, because I do want to start cycling cards. I don't think I need that many strikes right now in any way, shape, or form. So we're going to send them all strikes to used. Take one of the 5s I would have been perfectly happy to draw. Pass on deploy. Let's pick a fight here. We will place Trench and use pile to make my ship fully immune, because he's not adding anything to my Battle Destiny, or anything to power or anything anyways. Pass on weapons phase. So he draws Timo draws a 4 to Destiny to power, which is fine. I get my 2 Battle Destiny. Let's see something good here. That's a 3. Very meh, but alright. and a 5, so that's an 8. So even if he subtracts it down to 6, it's still going to cost him HCF, which is very good for me. And best case scenario, he draws a 7 and I'm fully immune, and instead he draws a 1, which doesn't really matter because he's losing a bunch anyways, but I was fully immune no matter what. And he's going to let that sit, so he owes me 6 off the system still, which is going to be HCF. It's a question of if he's got something to come back with, if he's got another Luke to try and make things interesting. I'm going to pass on move. I'm going to leave them at Endor. If he's got another Luke, he's got another Luke. And, oh, I really like try and steal there. I'm going to draw that last one. Dark Maneuvers is not particularly important right now, but it might be good to cycle a card. Well, Forlom, we must accelerate. Ooh, that's a cute one. I like getting Jend in there. So that gives me the ability to go shoot somebody at some point. It's getting Camino, getting the sight out of Camino. Like right now, I'm in sort of a not a great position, as I've got no force to do anything. I've got no ground to do anything with, but he's grabbing 3 with Walkling, getting Unita. Unita will get him back the Honshu and the Falcon, which is good. Like, but what are you going to do with it? Are you going to put him at Camino? I mean, that might be the play. Just throws down his 3PO. Is he just holding HCF? I mean, I'd be okay with that. He is just going to hold HCF. That's totally okay with me. I think this turn I'm just going to throw Steel on the Slave 1 and move Thrawn to a passenger slot. Hopefully flip my objective here, finally, in a shockingly slow manner, as I've activated Ominous Rumors now twice. And he shuffles my reserve deck just because he wants to be rude. You know, it is what it is. So let's see what happens here. So we're going to activate 17 again. And Timo points out that, yeah, he did the shuffle to make me miss, or potentially miss, my Ominous Rumors. Let's throw down BB-8, or BB, yeah. All right, I like getting the Maul. I mean, I would like to have a Phantom Menace to go with it, and I don't have that. Oh, I'm certainly paying to drain. I'm not doing much else with my force. I'm paying to drain. So we'll search and see if it's in here. It's not, because Timo's a jerk. Also, my guns are in there, which means they won't be there next turn. That's sort of unfortunate. But 'tis what it is. We are certainly going to pay to drain. That is the name of that game here. As he loses the Anakin Saber, I'm okay with that. Pass on control. Let's be smart. Move Thrawn to a passenger slot. Deploy Merrick Steele as a pilot. Merrick Steele is going to shut down his ability to cancel or substitute draws, which is good. It'll also let me drop a defender down and then go grab it, so I can Forlom an extra card out of that. I don't see any benefit to deploying anything else here right now. We're gonna pass on deploy. Pass on battle. We're gonna move slave 1. Simply because I don't need to not do it. Pass on move. Let's pick a few up here. I like that command. Leave 4. Let's cold feet a free defensive shield. Secret plan seems like a good one. I'm not going to grab that cold feet. And I will pass on that last one. Using a 3PO, I'm going to Forlom. And I'm good with Tyrannus, so he gets a bunch of force. Let's see what he does here. Like, I'm just... And he's going to throw out sand, which is fine. Like, you know, he burnt my short range already, which is a little unfortunate, but like, I'll take that. He's reserve decks good and yuck. Bunch of 7s and some low destiny. Like, and the 7's just going to cost him Thrawn, which I'm okay with. Like, pass on deploy, or pass on his deploy. There's another Anakin. You know, we're gonna masterful move here. Okay, he's grabbing that. I'm actually totally okay with that. On the one hand, I really want to get... Good lord. Oh, there's my ominous. Okay. I think I want the Gick just to get the Destiny out of there. Like, not as worried about the... Like, he doesn't have a Jedi down yet. So I don't see a ton of benefit in throwing down anyone else. Is he going to throw... Okay, so he's throwing Rey on there. That's a... I'm actually pretty happy with that as a play. So we're going to take an effect. And we're going to grab our ominous so I can stop activating the dang thing. And he's doing some peeking, which is fine. Ominous is just Endor controls no Endor sites. Yep. So I think I'm activating enough. He's not going to control any sites. And he's passing on battle. Passing on move. Passing. So he's going to draw some, which is fine. So first things first, we're going to grab a defender with Merrick Steel. And I'm going to activate 17, which seems good. Neither of the cards on sand are particularly impactful right now. I'm going to pass on activate. I'm going to look first and see if my gun's in there. My gun is not in there. There are 2 Destiny that would be really bad in the battle against Rey. The rest are fine. So we're good with that. We are gonna... Yeah, we are gonna pay to drain. And Dylan loses a couple 5s off reserve. I'm okay with those going away. Popping walk lane to retrieve 1 just because. I don't think he particularly needs it. I think he just realizes he's probably losing Rey and might struggle to hold a second battleground long term. So we're going to pass on control. Just throw Ominous up there to flip finally, which isn't super impactful right now, but is going to force him to do something. Throw Jendin and Onyx 1 there. I will pass on going and fetching a card because I don't have one. Throw Onyx 2 there. Leaves me with 6 force. We will use Onyx 2 and play Resistance, although I'm not going to be using that this turn. 0 interest in hyperwave scanning there. Yeah, I think we're going to initiate a battle here, and we'll force him to take a card off of Sand. We'll add 2 to my 2 maneuver and 1 to the power for Onyx. Okay, he can grab that. I'm okay with that. I mean, he's taking 2 of my 6s out of my Shuffle-Uffle-Guess, but that's fine. Is he going to grab a card off of Sand? Or is he just going to accept that I'm going to take him out of space here? And alright, so he's just counting on being able to stack Rey for enough, or just lose them both and be okay with it. So I will draw 2. So there's a 5, so that's a good one. Basically that means no matter what I draw here, he's got no immunity, so he's losing something. It's really just a question of if I can draw enough to kill Rey and the ship. 5 and 4 is 9. That's not going to be enough because he can subtract 2, so he can just lose Rey, which is, I'm sure, what he's going to do. And we'll see what he draws here. Alright, he's drawing a 7, so that's fine. I'll lose both ships. I need to find my Mara's ship, who's currently sitting in my reserve deck. But that is what it is. Yep, he's taking it as a 7. And total battle distance 8 doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll lose the Onyxes. He loses Rey. And then battle, pass on move. There's the Phantom Menace that I wanted. There's another Phantom Menace. That's cute. And a Kylo with Saber. That works. So we'll call that a turn. He's going to activate. I'm going to command to go grab me Admiral Trench. Yep. And I'm going to throw Phantom Menace down on the bottom. Oh, that's good. Force field is good there. Pass on activate. Assuming he's going to drain. I will lose that one. That's my command. I'm not worried about that. And that one, I think. Okay. Those are good, because my Onyxes are dead, so I don't need the gun. Like, the gun would have been nice to... Yep, there's the free Luke up there, which is fine. Like, right now, that's a drain of 1. I'm not worried about that. Alright, and there's Qui-Gon there with Qui-Gon's saber. So he can drain for 2, 2, and 1. I can drain for 2, 2, and 1. And he's currently got 20 cards down to my 19. It's really, and one more card in hand. I've got one more card in hand. So it is insanely close right now. So draw. So I know I've got a 7 on the bottom. You know what, I think we're just going to activate all of it, because I'm we're going to spend 13 to put those guys down. Don't activate. Drain for 2. He loses a R2 and Red 5 and Qui-Gon Serene Jedi. Let's throw Maul at the docking bay. Throw down a Phantom Menace. Let's throw Tyrannus at the Dark Forest. So now we both have, I've got Resistance in play, he'll get Ultimatum in play soon enough. And I'm kind of happy with this right now. So let's see where this goes from here. I don't see a benefit in moving Slave 1 back, although I think next turn I might throw Trench on it and then move Slave 1 back over. Wouldn't be the worst thing I've ever done. Like, I don't think he can battle with just that, although if he comes down with the Han Chewie and the Falcon, that could be bad for me. Yep, he's throwing down Ultimatum. Okay, so pass here. We'll pass on move. We won't draw that one because I need to be able to ping one of his things. Really would like to draw into my Mara though. So he gets all of it. He's going to drain for 2, 2, and 1. Let's throw... You know what? I'm okay with that right now. Oh yeah, derp. I knew what that was. Oh well. That's fine. Then I'll get that back. I'll throw that down next turn. So... Yep. This is... Ooh, there's a bunch of good destinies coming off the top. Yeah, like, it's really going to depend on if he's got something to come at me with on the ground. If he's got, I mean, he's only saved 2 destinies, so, like, he's not really planning on shooting anything. And they're both bad, 4 and a 1. So, I feel like he doesn't really have anything to come at me with on the ground right now. Alright, he's bolting 4-LOM, that's fine. That was rude. But, Let's see where this goes this turn. All right, so he's dropping HCF right there. Like, your destinies are bad, and I'd love for you to... Okay. Jingo in there is obnoxious. Although I do have the comm scan in here, I believe, and I do have BB9 floating in here somewhere. So he's not battling. He's going to move Luke over, I'm sure. Oh, he's not moving Luke over. All right, that's interesting choice of play here. So now I've got a 5 at the bottom. That's not really the card I need it to be, because he's immune to less than 4 and then 2. So I want to leave 2 for my draws here. And 1, 2, 3 if I drop in battle. So I need to leave 5. Gives me 8. Yeah, it's... 8 leaves me 5 destiny. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Let me shuffle them up and see what we get here. So we'll pass and activate. We'll drain for 1. Pass on control. Let's make sure I don't have anything really bad in there. So 1, 7, 4, 5, 5. Those are pretty solid. I'm okay with those. So let's go Kylo here. We don't need Trench here. I'm winning this battle. Let's pass on deploy. Let's start a battle here for free. Let's swing at Anakin, force the deflection out. Oh, or not force the deflection out. Really? If I draw the 1 and the 4, I'm going to be mildly peeved right now. That'll work. We'll grab that just to stop him from doing that to me. That's frustrating. All right. I am going to lose the Phantom Menace to that misdraw. That also means I'm not going to kill him with my attrition. You know what? I'm just going to let him swing. I think he hit him. Alright, that You Do Have Your Moments was not the card I wanted him to have. So I'm going to draw poorly here, I think. I mean, not poorly. I'm going to draw 5, which is nice, but it's not the destiny I needed to draw because he will be functionally immune to it. Oh, and he's got they're tracking us to subtract 1 from it as well, although that's immaterial because he's going to subtract 2 from the attrition with Yoda's Hut anyways. Although Yoda's Hut is a limit of 1, so hold on here. Is he going to Yoda's Hut it? Alright, so he Yoda's Hutted it, which actually is good for me because I know I've got a 5 here, and that means I can take out HCF. Oh, and it's Jedi lightsaber, so I'm not down any force. So that means I take out HCF here, which is really good for me, actually. All right, that was he's taking a card off sand, which is fine. but because Yoda's once per turn. So draws a 5 for Destiny to Power. Don't care. Like, I'm perfectly content to just lose Thrawn here, and you know, this is not the worst thing I've ever done. Oh, and he draws a 1 for Total Battle Destiny. That's... You can't do anything with that, so I'm actually immune to it. Alright, so that worked out okay, I guess. Send battle, pass on move. Let's draw a couple here and hope for something good. Neither of those are great, but okay. Like, probably should have moved them in front of Luke. Well, it's cold feet for a defensive shield. Yeah, I definitely should have moved them in front of Luke. That was a mistake, but it was what it was. So he's going to get his freebie. Alright, so he's activated all of it. That and that. There, I want my BB-9. That's bad. I knew I had him floating in there. I think I can lose that. And that one. Leave the 5. I know where it is. Yeah, I'm going to have to start... I think I'll lose Trench. I think I've got to figure out something here. Yeah, I had the answers. So he's throwing HCF back at Camino. I mean, he's certainly not battling there. And Rey just for forfeit fodder, I assume, which is fine. Like, that's actually not terrible for me. So she starts battle for free, so is he gonna move Luke over, or is he gonna stick on Luke? Nope, so he's gonna just gonna pick some up. So I need to activate. So I know I've got a 5 at the bottom. 2 to swing, 1 to battle. 2 battle destinies there means I only get 5, which is not enough. Instead do 8, 7. So I want to threaten all 3. And we'll put Thrawn on board. Slave 1. Pass and activate. Strain. I did not expect him to have another on-screen Falcon in hand. That was basically the thing I really didn't want him to be able to do to me. So we'll throw down a Tarkin. I'll force him to sand it, but it's more than he can't sand if I do force him to lose stuff. Pass on deploy. Not loving this, but yep, so he's taking 1 off sand, which is fine. Like, I'm okay with losing Thrawn here. Like, losing Thrawn isn't going to bother me too much. So he draws a 7 for Destiny to Power. Don't care. That's fine. Like, Drawn forfeits for 7. I'm not worried about that. Draw my Battle Destiny. It's a... Blech. That was... that did not do what I needed it to. Yeah, we're just going to concede here. He's got the... I had answers in deck, I just couldn't find them. So we'll report that one to... Good, I'm not the last game going. AJ and Gogolen are still going very slow. Yep, Dylan managed to already report it, so... That was unfortunate. Well, let's pull up the AJ versus Gogolen match. So, what we got here? AJ just finishing a battle here. It looks like he's going to leave. Looks like it's AJ's turn, and I don't like Volatique being stuck standing there all by his lonesome. That's not the... That doesn't look like what you want to have happen. Okay, Maul moves in and then... I don't know, AJ. I feel like you're in a bad spot again here. Googlin's got a whole bunch of cards going. Let's see where this goes. My wife was kind enough to bring me tea since I've been talking for like 3 hours straight here. And in my 2021 World Championships Player Committee mug, again, another plug for the yeoman's work that the graphics team and JNAP and everybody does within the Players Committee and the game itself. Our volunteers are far and away the best folks I've had the pleasure of working with in a lot of different manners, and they get so much interesting done with the game and make so much interesting happen that we cannot thank them enough. They do an amazing amount of work, an amazing amount of just making things interesting and fun, and for a game that's been, out of print for a long, long time, we are a long, long way from being dead, and that is entirely due to the tireless efforts of our amazing volunteers. Everyone from Gogolen, who's playing in this game and helps run the PC store and is the guy that emails all the time when I'm registered for different events and pay my money and make sure stuff gets shipped out when cards are sold by the PC. And JNAP, who came up with this series of tournaments, came up with the prizes, just did amazing work. Everybody does such a great job. And I truly can't thank them enough. Like, coming back to the game as I did after having retired for a while, without these guys, we wouldn't still be going. Like, it'd be long gone, and instead we're playing tournaments online and just getting a ton of stuff done. I mean, I'm not really talking about this game right now because nothing's really happening. AJ stunning leadered out of a battle, and it still feels really early game. Like, they're both activating a ton, but like, AJ's got one card in hand. Like, I don't know where he's going with this right now. We are in turn number 7. Like, I'm curious what all happened to get this to this point, but it is what it is. There's a ship to go, make things interesting. Is he going to throw a blaster on Balatik or Maul and try and, if you shoot Mace, suddenly things get a little fancy there. I don't know. I mean, kind of chatting a little bit about what's going on. Like I said, in a couple months, we have the Endor Grand Prix going on, along with an actual card sealed deck. They're going to be OTSD, official tournament sealed deck, and Jabba's Palace sealed decks in play out there. If you can make it out there and sign up, opening packs and playing with the cards is just too darn much fun to pass up if you can possibly make it happen. The Endor guys are great. Chris Werfs, Joe Olson, Harpster, Phil, Kyle, everybody out there is awesome and fun to see and hang out with. And I'm sure there'll be, I think Dan Tartaglione's trying to go, B. Fred's going, Matt Thornton's going. I'm sure Show and Tell will try and make it happen. It's going to be a great time if you can make it happen. As I said, the Euros is going on, I believe, next month, and that's going to be a heck of a time if you can make your way to Germany. They always put on a blast. That's one of the tournaments I wish at some point I'd love to go to. Taking my wife to Europe would be fun, but it'd also get real expensive real quick because that's how my wife rolls. So Germany's probably not in the cards for me this year. We'll see about Euro Worlds next year. Probably. Chances are slim to none, but we'll take a shot. AJ is just moving in front of Qui-Gon instead of sitting in front of Kit and Mace, which makes a little bit of sense. Trying to think of what's coming next. We've got Columbus Mini Worlds, which is going the week after Endor. That's going to be in Columbus, Ohio. Kendall is running it. I'm sure, the Ohio guys will show up in force. The basement crew will come out, and they are a ton of fun to hang out with. If you haven't had a chance, go see them. Travis is great. Carl's great. Kendall's great. Chris is great. They're just fun guys to hang out with. And that'll be a blast. And then, a bunch of locals still coming up. I know Dan covered some of those on Holo Theater. They're all over the forums. That's definitely a place to go check out. We've got the forums, we've got Slack, we've got Facebook, we've got, there's so many ways to see what's going on in the world of Star Wars CCG that it is super easy to stay connected, and really that's the thing to be doing right now. AJ's gonna need to drain a 3 here. It's kind of looking like the last game I watched AJ play. I think he's in a tight spot. I'm not entirely sure what his plan is to get out of this, as he's peeling 3 to the drain. A Zam, a Force Push, and a Point Man. And it's... So, Hanchu and the Falcon coming down against Zuckuss and the First Light. I mean, you don't get the Destiny to Power, but you're going to get a Destiny to Attrition, though, with Rebellion's Hope Luke on R2 and Red 5, and that's probably not what AJ was wanting to see. Chris having all of that in hand, just ready to drop, is certainly not the way AJ wanted that to go. Luke adds a Destiny to Attrition, so he's going to Battle Destiny and a Destiny to Attrition. I'm betting they're going to be pretty good. Maybe not. I mean, a 4 is fine, but 4 is not doing anything to him. And AJ draws the 2 for Battle Destiny. That's definitely not what he was hoping for. He'll add 1 to it with Maul to make it a 3, but that's... seems sort of counterproductive. And the 5 for Battle Destiny puts AJ into losing 9 in attrition. which is not what he wanted there. And that's going to cost him both ships, I believe. Yep, because and Chris puts Legendary Starfighter on Red 5, which is going to start pinging AJ for 2 per turn, and I'm not sure what AJ's out is here, but I don't think he's got it. So, don't do that again. Suspends mold points. Again, like, I don't know. Chris just draws a few to get his get some cards back in hand. I mean, he's got a decent sized hand going anyways, but never hurts to make sure you have enough to respond. I did see in chat AJ was telling Chris to stop hitting himself, or Chris was telling AJ to stop hitting himself, which makes me think that you may have seen a couple of blaster deflections played lost, so to make AJ shoot his own guys, which seems like a solid little play. It's always fun to do that in there. So AJ throws guns on both Maul and Balatique and picks a fight shooting at Qui-Gon. I don't love putting a gun on Balatique there. Like, I don't he's just going to swing at Balatique and send him to used, which I guess will send the gun to used as well. So, okay, that's fine. It doesn't hurt. It just doesn't really help anything. Yeah, Bala shoots and misses, which is exactly what it looked like was going to happen. I'm assuming Qui-Gon's going to... Oh, it's AJ's... Googling looks like he's waiting to see what happened. Yeah, so which gun fired? AJ was smart, yeah. And fired with Bala first because he's going to lose him to used. But Chris was double checking, which makes me think he might have had some answer to, you know, he could have swung at Maul and taken him out somehow. And then yeah, so Bala's going to used, which is fine. Like, if AJ doesn't have a way to kill Qui-Gon here, like, Qui-Gon's drawing at Destiny +4 to his total battle Destiny. Like, this feels like a bad spot for AJ to be in. I think the goal in the game usually is to have cards on your side of the table. And at the end of this battle, AJ will have 0. And that 2 for Battle Destiny, like, what does Maul forfeit for? Maul forfeits for... and there's the game. Alright, not a surprise there. That ends that. So I have one more game left in this, hopefully. Drop the Hitco again. I had a promising start to the tournament. Not quite ending the way I was hoping it would, but these things happen. And we'll see. Chris should be dropping us up some pairings here shortly. As I said, our Chris Hall of Famer Chris Schoenthal and all of our volunteers do such amazing work and keep stuff going. And I know this is on my personal channel, and right now I only have one person watching, but I'm probably going to send it to the PC, and I'm sure it'll get cut up and thrown on the YouTube, where people will kind of see about hear me talking and saying super positive things about all of the Players Committee folks and what all they do. Just waiting for Chris to post the final game pairings. At 1 and 2, there's a chance I'm going to end up with a bye. Hopefully not, but we'll see. And Chris Kelly already put up but he knows he's playing dark, so that makes sense. You can always throw up the game and wait for your opponent to match it. I did not end up with the bye. All right, I'll take that. I am playing Chris Gogolen. All right, well, that's easy enough. We played the last game of Day 1 at Worlds. Here's Walkers versus this Hitco. And it was a game that felt closer than I think it ended up being. I had a strange opening hand that put me kind of behind early and ended up losing a game that's winnable, but not, not necessarily a great matchup. And Chris is a good enough player that me having to play something suboptimally, or choosing to play something suboptimally to get a faster start, ended up costing me the game. So just wait for him to put the table up. I'm assuming that will be shortly. And again, just waiting for the table to come up here. Looks like he is... Oh, there he is. Alright, just waiting for the Chris Gogolen to put the table up and get started and see how this all runs. Not sure what he was playing for Dark Side. I don't know if I bounced over and saw one of those games or not. So let's see what we get. Join the table. And good luck, high five, have fun, whatever you want to call it. Let's see what he starts. Throwing down Hitco. All right, so it will likely be a rematch from Worlds. Hitco versus Walkers. So he's standard walkers, slip sliding walkers, starts the 5th marker, slip slides for the 4th. Gets you may start your landing, rest order secret plans, and probably, security precautions to bump up his activation. Mine Anakin's Destiny for his Destiny. Walk lane, and like my father informed me, I told Chris in chat he should play a different deck because I already saw this one, and he said he was going to tell me the same thing. So he's going to drop Death Squadron. So this will be an interesting start. I'm going to grab a Death Star 2 site right away. I think I'm going to grab... I grabbed the 2-1 for the moment. I don't have the same start I had against him. I actually have a Luke in hand, which I didn't have before. I also have a free ride combo to stop him from... Once I can get stuff set up a little bit, stop his reacting Blizzard Scout 1, which would be good. I think I'm just gonna go Luke to the village and just kind of force choke him. I think Luke to the village first turn and pick up a card. And then quite possibly on second turn, we'll go Jin to the 2/1 just to give me force and suspend him getting any more and get my total power +2 and just see where this goes. He definitely... I mean, he's got some of the cards, but like I don't know how fast he wants to start because you know... Okay, so he's going... Blizzard 2 with Ozzel, so his total power there is 8. To my 8. You know what? We're going to play this very aggressively. I'm not sure it's the... best play necessarily, but it definitely feels like the play I want to make. So pass and activate, pass and control. We are gonna throw down Yoda's hut, and I think we're gonna throw this down, even though it gives away a force right now. I want the card in play. And I think we're going to go Luke right at Ozzel. Like, I want to stack a card right away. Like, Luke there is hard to deal with. And Luke with his saber is now equal power. And I'll be honest, I'll take my average destiny over his. Like, I think mine is going to be better long term. Pass on deploy. Let's pick a fight. I'm not going to insertion planning this battle. I don't think he's going to draw a 7. And again, I think my total is... my average battle destiny is going to be higher than his. I'll take a 5. 5 will kill Ozzel, which actually means it was good to save the insertion planning. And the 3 for him will not kill me, so it's going to stack a card, which is good, and allow me to his destiny for something. We're going to grab Unita, and we'll pass on that. I will pass on forfeiting anything. So I'm going to play this very aggressively because I think that's the only way for me to win. Like, it is very possible he's going to come down with shenanigans this turn, and that would be a little unfortunate. Like, if he's got another walker in hand and another pilot, this could be bad for me. I will lose Honshu and the Falcon. I do not expect to see space come down at all this turn. Yep, go get a trample. You're not trampling Luke. I should probably put out a grabber, though. So we'll put out a grabber. Probably hunting for command, I think, is what I grab. Unless something crazy happens, I think command is the card to grab here. It's really just, let's see what his response is to this Luke. Like, if he doesn't have the ability to really respond, that's actually very good for me. Alright, so Maul there actually isn't bad. Like, I've got the blaster deflection. Okay, that's cute. I just forfeit fodder. Alright. And only if I'm going to lose, but I'm not going to lose Luke in all likelihood. Like, he's got me on power, but this will be interesting. Okay. Yep, so he's grabbing my deflection, which is reasonable. I'm going to swing at Maul. And yep, I knew that 5 was there from my His Destiny peak. So that's going to be a hit and forfeit 0, which is good for me. Would have been nice if I would have had a response to that, but now we're going to insertion planning to subtract 3 from his total battle destiny, which really does bring us a whole lot closer in terms of where this ends up. So let's see what the... So he draws a 1, which is actually, it's a 2, but it's going to be a 0 with my insertion planning. So... And I draw a 4, which is enough to, like, I'm going to have to peel a couple cards, but it keeps me alive, and it costs him his dude. I want to get that clash back. So I'm going to get that clash back with Unita. I'm not going to lose anything to the battle. Yep, he's got to run away with Blizzard 2, which is actually good for me. I don't know if I want to follow Blizzard 2. I don't think I do. I think I'm just going to drain for 3 there. So we're going to activate 12. We're not going to put a card down because there's no card I want to... I only have 3 cards in hand, and I like all of them. That definitely did not go the way Chris was hoping. He threw his trample down, which makes sense. He's not going to trample Luke. We'll peek at the top card, and we'll grab that. That's a solid card for me to get eventually. We are going to pay 3 to drain for 3 there, which will move, loses Garrison, which I think is the right play. Command and Phantom Menace go away. I'm actually going to put 3PO down because I don't need him right now. I'm going to play House of Control. I'm going to play Unita. It's just, I may not modify the deploy cost your characters to play in here. Yeah, we'll just throw Unita there, I guess. Doesn't really matter where. And use that to take the top card. I'm not going to throw Jin, just... He's got 6 cards in hand. You know what? I'm going to throw Jin there. I'm not going to deploy her undercover. He's got 6 cards in hand. I'll test the... Does he have the Vader right now? Pass in battle, and we're going to pick some up. Jin also, now my total power is +1 in battles because I've got the Death Star 2 battleground site, and his force generation is reduced by 1. I don't think I move in front of Blizzard 1. Like, if he wants to trade off there, there's the Luke Rebel Scout, there's a Lando Scoundrel, another Luke and Our Only Hope, there's an Obi, which is a card I definitely wanted, and we're going to save 2 there because that means he knows I have Clash and he has to respect the Clash being in play. So he activates 11. I'm going to use Our Only Hope to grab the other Death Star 2 site. And then I will lose that to his ping damage. Let's pass on activate. I probably could have saved one to retrieve with my objective. I should have done that, but it happens. It was... He's going to grab the other trample, which is fine. Like, I know trample's coming out. So there's General Navarre as a pilot on Blizzard 2. Let's see if he does anything with that. He goes and grabs Tarkin's bounty, throws that on Navarre. So he can grab something out of his 9-card force pile. Would not shock me if it's trying to get a character and keep stuff and try and flip me back here, because I don't think you want to let me stay flipped. If he doesn't have a way to stop it, though, that might hurt him. There's Blizzard 4, going to be in front of Luke, which is fine. And that'll go fetch him a guy. And that might be the, yep, there's the Vader to flip me back. So I'll pass on his deploy. I'm actually fine with that. Like, I think he'll probably just try and move Navarre over, yep. And Vader will jump out. Oh no, he's leaving Vader inside. All right. That's an interesting play there. So we're going to activate 13. Which gives me 14. I will, like my father before me, and put a Luke down because I don't need him right there. So if I put Lando, like Lando just baits out the trample, which isn't a terrible thing. Like, I think we, yeah, I think we bait out the trample. I'm not gonna drain, or I'm not gonna drain because I don't want to pay. Drop Obi-Wan there. So now we're getting closer on total power. We'll drop Lando there, which is fine. It baits the trample or the command because he's got to play it. I will pass on deploy. Let's initiate a battle for free. I will pass on weapons phase. Oh, he's going to attempt to choke Lando. Okay. Oh, that's right, he can choke from inside the vehicle. That's obnoxious. Oh, that's fine. So pass on weapons phase. So we will draw our battle destiny. A 5 or 6 would be pretty nice here. Okay, that's a total of 5. That's not as good as I was hoping for. And he draws a 5 as well, so I'm going to lose Obi-Wan and cover. And he's going to owe me 5 as well, which is actually okay. Like, I think he's got to lose Navarre. Yep. So he's still got a bunch of power there, but he's also got Vader locked up, which means he can't stop Jyn from drawing battle destiny. And that's good. I think he's got one of the sisters that will potentially draw there. But that's fine. We'll keep things going here. Pass on battle. I'm going to leave Luke right there. And we're going to pick a few up here. There's no Luke Saber. That's a good thing. That actually tells me where that is, which is really good. There's a Leia. It'd actually be a solid... There we go. Leia would make for a solid drop at Endor to add to my activation and reduce his, again, a little more, along with adding another +1 to my total power. I think I can just lose that. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any... I don't think I'm going to get enough out of that, and I need to take the... present. So Leia's not going to shoot at... Not going to poke out anyone there. I probably could have also lost the Where's Han. I've been okay with that, but it's fine. Like, I'm okay right now with if he just drops another guy. If I lose Luke, I'll reinforce him. Okay, well now he's dropping enough power there. This could get bad, but it also, he almost has to lose Vader to the Destiny, which might not be what he wants to do either. So he draws a 3 for total battle Destiny, which is good, but nothing I can't handle. It's really just I need to draw decent here. So there's a 6, which is actually very good. That costs him one of the walkers, and means Luke covers for the attrition. So he's losing a walker. I'm actually just going to peel... Oh, no, that's... No, I don't want to peel 8. That was a mistake. Alright, that was a mistake to do that, but do it this way. We're going to put Luke on Lost Pile first, and then the Saber. So then I can Walkling to retrieve the Saber right away. And go fetch it with Luke. I'm fine with him having Point Man. That's not a card I'm too worried about. So I killed one walker already, which is good. And I'm keeping him somewhat tight on cards. Like, he's not drawing as much as he'd like to, which is also very good. You know, he's only got 6 cards in hand. Like, yeah, he got to Point Man 1, but that's not really great for him. Pass on Activate, pass on Control. Really, Jin's probably not going to be draining there much at all. She's just a forfeit fodder. Not even forfeit fodder. She's the total power fodder. Put down Luke. We will give him a Saber. We will put down Daughter. So now we're right about even on total power, and I'm okay with that. And we are going to initiate a battle there for free. I will pass on weapons phase. I mean, you can attempt to choke out Daughter, but I don't know if you got any 6s in there. Like, okay, there's a 4, so that's fine. I don't like the choking from the ship is cheesy. Like, I get it, but I don't like it. And we'll draw Battle Destiny here. Oh, he's going to try and trample Daughter as well. I'm going to grab Trample. I don't expect to be drawing multiple Destinies. I'm a little less worried about Command. And I'd like to be able to keep Lando alive if I'm running... if I can drop a Lando on him somewhere. So, we'll draw a Battle Destiny. Okay, draws a 5. So again, I'm just grinding guys. Like, I'm grinding cards, which is what I needed to be doing. He draws a 4, so he does win the battle, which is a little unfortunate, and I'll lose Daughter, and that's fine. But, like, I'm either grinding away Vader, which flips me, or another walker, which is going to be, yep, he's got to lose Vader, which flips me. I am not going to retrieve. Actually, I'm going to retrieve because he knows I have the Clash. He doesn't know I have the Sorry. So if I can get him to put someone out and bait the Sorry, I would be very happy with that. We're going to see if he wants to stop me from getting a 7 back. Alright, I'll take a 7 back. I've heard 7s are good. And I will leave that last one there. So, like, he's only got 5 cards in hand. I guess I'm, being a little risky with Jyn. Like, he could definitely have another Vader to do obnoxious things to my Jyn with. Or something like a Ninth Sister to make my total battle destiny 0. He's getting a docking bay, so he's getting a little more activation. So let's see what he's got to try and reinforce Luke here. Like, I think he's... Maybe if he just moves the walkers away, he's kind of admitting defeat at that site, and that's a... Or at least he's admitting defeat for that turn. Okay, so he's got another Vader who's going on Blizzard 8 instead and getting the extra power, which is good for him. Like, I understand why he's doing that. And he dodges the Sorry, which is a smart play. I will pass on weapons. It's just going to be straight battle destiny. He draws a 5, which is good. I'll draw my 1. I'm immune, so let's see how... Oh, and I draw an 8, which is actually very good for me. And I think I'm willing to peel 6 here. Yep, he loses Vader, which flips me back right away. And I will peel... I will peel to keep Luke alive there, because this is not the spot he wants to be in right now. Like, if he moves them away, he gives up a drain of 4, which is bad. But if he leaves them there, he probably loses 1 or both of them. Because he's got forfeit of 7. Like, he'll lose Blizzard 8, probably. And I'm going to get to peek at 2 cards and grab 1, which is also bad because it'll let me see what my destiny are. Pass on activate. Let's peek at the top 2. Let's take the daughter, which is going to be very good. I love the 4 that's on top there, although that becomes a 5, which is good. We will pass on control. Deploy daughter there. So then my total power is 15. It's really more just kill a walker. Deploy will initiate a battle there. Really just all I'm doing is killing a walker, and that's totally fine. Like, oh, it's a 6, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's still, oh, that's right, it shuffles, so. I'm still just killing a walker. All I'm trying to do is kill a walker. And I live. And he stacks 1. That could not have gone better for me. So He's going to stack one. I'm going to peek at the top two with his destiny. Oh, I'm going to grab the Skywalkers because that's going to potentially be a really, really nasty card for him. So I will pass on battle, pass on move. I'm going to draw. You know what? I want that AJR. I'm going to put R2 down, so I know I've got a 5, and retrieve. What do I want to get back? Oh, I'm a big fan of 7s. I will pay 1 to get that 7 back, or let him stack another card. You might actually be thinking of stacking a card just because me having a 7 is not good. Yep, so he stacks a card to stop me from retrieving, which actually isn't a terrible play, but it does cost him a card from hand. Like, it slows him down, and that's what I need right now. There's a barrier canceller. I like that. There's a Kanan. There's a Yoda. Now we're happy. All right. Oh, and an insertion planning in case he comes after me there. Like, I kind of hope he does. Like, I mean, I'll be honest, I really hope he does. That'd make for a really, really spicy, spicy little turn. I think I'm actually going to lose the AJR. I don't have another Yoda. I don't have an Obi-Wan in hand. If I lose Luke, the game's gone very poorly, and I'm out of Luke's sabers. So I'm going to lose the AJR. I think he's got to come after me and just try and make something happen. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot to come after me with. Like, there's them all in there, but if he doesn't have a way to flip, this could be bad for him. There's Veers. Oh, flashing Veers to get Blizzard 1. Okay. Well, then he's playing Veers, Blizzard 1, and then play Veers on it for free. So he's getting a Destiny to power, which is good for him. Pass on deploy. Let's really see if I can, if he doesn't have the command, he's not going to be happy. It'll be fun if he doesn't have the command. Oh, he's not battling. Okay. He's not moving. Apparently, see, he's going to draw a few. I think he's going to draw for the command, probably. So we'll leave 4. Actually, I'm going to draw 3, and that's fine. So we're going to start a battle there. Yep. We'll pass on activating. Let's peek at the top 2. And let's take that 1 into hand just so I've got a Luke there. Let's pass on control because I don't think I need it right now. We're going to throw Kanan there. Simply for the extra +1 and the 1 more force choke. Yep, and then we're going to throw Yoda there. So now we're even on total power. My battle destiny is +1, although he does get a destiny to power. Let's pass on deploy. Let's initiate a battle there. First action, we're going to play Insertion Planning to subtract 3 from his total battle destiny. And also to see if I can bait out the command somewhere. Okay, so he's playing command to add 1. And I'm going to play Skywalkers to add 2. Which is definitely not the way he wanted that to go. So that will probably end up wiping him off of the site entirely. I will pass on any other Destiny stuff. So he draws a 1 for the Destiny to total power, which is great. I'll draw my 3 battle destinies. They're each +1. There's an 8. Yeah, I think this is going to be a game. An 8, a 6, and something seemed to have lagged, which may have just been, no, and a 2. Okay, well, that's fine. That's still 16, which is wipe the site. Does mean I won't get anything off of his destiny, which is fine. So he draws a 4, which is going to be already -3. So he draws a 1, effectively. A 1 and a 1. So I'm actually fully immune. And oh, no, I don't get to do his destiny. I'm not going to forfeit anything. So he's losing everybody to that. I'm going to pass on battle. I'm going to move Yoda there just to force him to do something. Pass on move. Let's retrieve a card. Here's where I should have looked, and yeah, I don't have a... I still haven't lost an Anakin Saber. Let's get back in AJR and pay 1 to retrieve a 6. And he stops me from retrieving it, which is fine, but it's costs him force, which is what I wanted to have happen. And we'll pick up 1 more, and we'll, like my father before me, that 1 back down, as I'm certainly not going to need the Nabron. And pass on draw. So he's got 5 cards in hand and 13 force to play with. I feel like he's probably not running 3 Vaders. So Lord Maul there. And he puts out Phantom Menace. Okay, so he's got a chance to do something interesting with it. Pass on deploy. P-59 there. So he's trying to make it interesting. I appreciate that. So he's battling me there. Okay, to lower my total power in the battle. All right, so I'm losing 2. I will lose the Ahsoka off the top, or Obi-Wan off the top, and Anakin Saber. Okay. Pass on weapon segment. Draw a battle destiny. His is a 2, which is fine because Jin's not forfeit 0, so mine is a 1, which is enough to win the battle. So we get to take a card with his destiny. Just also going to shuffle those up. We'll grab the Were You Looking For Me? And he's got to peel a card, which is probably not the way he wanted that to go. He loses the force push. I'll lose Jin. I'll use Jin to look at his hand. What are his 2 cards? Thrawn and a Point Man. Okay. So those are fine for him to have. Pass on battle there. So he's going to battle there. Do I want a blaster deflection? No, I'm fine with him hitting Yoda if he does. Well, he doesn't have a sniper, so okay, he hits Yoda. That's fine. So we're even on power. Pass on. So he draws a 5 for Battle Destiny. I will draw a 6. All right, so he's got to stack another one. I don't get to his destiny. That's just a once per turn. But it also means he's going to peel another card, and I will lose the Force Master Yoda. And I will pass on battle. Don't like that I don't have any way to go after his destiny is between a battlegrounds. Oh, I can move Luke there. Okay, so we will actually do that, I think. Yeah, we'll activate all of it because I'm going to drain and move guys and do stuff. So activate all of it. We'll place a card from hand down as well. That one. Pass on activate. We will force drain for 4. And drain for 1. And we will use Prophecy just to retrieve a force, basically. This is just choke, the Force Lightning. Yeah, doesn't really matter which one. Okay, I want to get that back. Yep. And we will pass on, well, might as well place an interrupt out of play while I'm doing it. Let's get Force Field out of play, just because. Pass on control, pass on deploy, which I don't love having to do, pass on battle. Let's move daughter there. He's only got Thrawn and a point man, which I'm not worried about at all. Let's relocate Luke there. We'll flip that one up. It doesn't really matter. And it'll force him to lose or use that. Pass on draw. Grab our only hope. Let's use that right away and relocate Prophecy to a non-battleground and cut his activation by 1 more. Because I need the Force less than he does right now. Poetic Mercenary is good, R2 is good. I really just want to drop to the Nabron so I can theoretically move a guy around. After he activates, I will, our only hope, to relocate Prophecy here. Oops, I didn't leave one for the... Oh, because I had to draw for the Nabron and then I forgot to like my father before, or I liked my father earlier. That's unfortunate. I can't stop the deflection on the shot at Leia, but I can afford to peel a little bit, and that'll flip me back once he loses Maul, which is frankly just fine. Pass on activate. Kill. I'll end up healing a few to that battle potentially, which is sad making, but is what it is. Pass on control. 5, 5, 4, 5, 5. All right, so he cannot hit Luke, but he will absolutely hit daughter, and will potentially overflow her for a few, which is fine. I think that's got to be the play, or do you try and take out Kanan first? Okay. All right. That, I don't think, was the play. All right, so he's battling there first. He will hit her, that's fine. So he drew 2 of his 5, so that means he's got a 5 and a couple 4s left, if memory serves. So, let's see if I can take the shot. Like, I've got the 7s. All right, I missed that one, that's fine. I knew what that was. I cut the 4 off the deck. That's fine. Honestly, because I'm going to flip back here, and that's what I need. So he draws the 5 for Battle Destiny. All right, so that's a 6. His power's 13. So I'm definitely going to peel some from hand here. And that's okay, because it's also going to kill his Maul. Oh, and I'm not even going to peel that much. Actually, I'm not going to peel anything. That was what it took. Yeah, I think I had the game fairly in control. Luke at Hoth for a while was pretty spicy. So we end up 2-2. Hitco went 2-0. EOPS went 0-2. And I'm going to end the stream here and grab a beverage before somebody's going to stream the final. I think I will stream it with someone. So thanks everybody for watching, or not watching, and we'll go from there.